Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, Piper, you ready? Okay, this is the HARC Wednesday, July 19th, 2023, 5:30 p.m. regular meeting at Rebecca Hall. Our first order of business was we did have a site walk this afternoon and we heard at 4 p.m. at 466 West Columbia Avenue. And during the site walk, we only had discussions that related to the orientation of the site, physical characteristics of the site, and the layout of the site. Present were Mark Shamba, Matt Lee, Mather, Chris Papar, Johnny Wenzel, Erica Jensen, and the applicants. And with that, I'll remind everybody this is a hybrid meeting. To join, click on the meeting from the agenda you can find online and or call 301-715-8592. Meeting ID is 825-6395-7562. Password tonight is 997-132. Remind our visitors and ourselves, our purpose is threefold: to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and cultural resources of the town and the town historic landmark district. In calling the meeting to order, from staff, we have Piper, Jana, Erica, Allie, and Ron Quarles. And from council, we have Jesse Ray. Welcome. And on the board, we'll take a roll call. Stacy, go ahead.
Stacy Lake, Matt Lee,
Mark Shamba.
Bob Mather,
Christine Papar.
Andrew Williamson.
We have a motion of approval of the June 21st regular HARC meeting.
I move to approve the meetings.
Matt second.
Hey, Stacy, how do you vote?
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Obvious.
And as the only attendee, I will approve the HARC chairperson meeting of June 23rd, HARC chair meeting minutes as written. Thank you. Staff announcements.
Just a couple. Kiernan is absent this evening, so either Chris or Andrew will be voting on the applications to make 5. I placed a revised agenda at your seats tonight. The only change from the agenda that was posted online earlier was the wording of the first item on the agenda, the review and recommendation. There was a small change made after the agenda was posted. So that's the only change there. And then just a reminder that we're scheduled to join Planning and Zoning Commission next Thursday night at 5:30 for a joint meeting to further discuss these land use code amendments we've been working on. And that's it. I have the public process slide if you would like to share that.
Okay. So regarding our public hearing process, the rules are as follows. Tonight, the HARC chair will introduce the project, staff gives a presentation and then answers HARC's questions. The applicant will give a presentation and answer HARC questions. We ask for you to be 30 minutes or less on your presentations, please. The public will be invited to make comments on this specific project, and we ask for 3 minutes or less per public comment, please, so everybody has a chance. No dialogue is allowed between public, applicants, and HARC members. The applicant may address any comments made by the public. Public comment ends, and the applicant then may rebut any comments, and then HARC members will deliberate and take a vote on the application. So thank you for sharing that, Jana. And I think, again, electronically, as far as the public's concerned, if you're out there, raise your hand electronically, and Piper or I will call on you, or dial *9 your keypad to raise your hand phone. We'll call on members of the public. Hands raised one at a time, and participants will be muted until called upon. So our first item tonight is a review and recommendation of the land use code amendment. And we've said several times before, it's a review and recommendation from HARC the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding amendments to the Telluride Land Use Code, Article 3, Division 2 Zone District Purposes and Standards, and Article 6, Division 4 Subdivisions for the purpose of establishing limits on the consolidation and aggregation of lots from one and two family dwelling units. Staff member is Ron Quarles. Ron, take it from there.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Chair and HARC members. I apologize I can't be there again live, but I'm here remotely anyway. This is an application that is a review and recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Commission on a land use code amendment. You may remember this all started back in March 23 of this year. Joint retreat was held with Town Council, Planning and Zoning Commission, and HARC to discuss some of the recently observed development trends that were happening. And out of that, 5 specific issues were identified. They included the PUD public benefits, maximum floor areas for the RC zoning, ballot 300 codification, and basements and building on steep slopes. After the joint meeting was held, Town Council asked that staff address these issues by possible amendments to the land use code. Suspension was put in place, 6 months for most of these applications, since they to address any of the development that would be affected by the suspension. So staff developed this calendar. It's a 6-month calendar, and as you see, we're getting close. We've completed the PUD public benefits and the RC floor area maximums for residential uses. Work sessions were held in May and June. And then last month, July 11, not last month, last week, July 11, Town Council met and discussed in a work session the progress that had been made and provided additional input. So we're now at the July 19th meeting. It's a review and recommendation specifically for ballot 300. We're going to work a little bit more, and John is going to go over the basements and the work in a work session format. And we then will go to P&Z as a joint meeting, as John indicated, and then hopefully get in front of Town Council by August 1st for a first reading of an ordinance, and August 22nd for the second reading. If need be, we can have a third reading on September 12th. So the ballot 300 language, as you may remember, it was a petition that was brought to the voters, and they supported the petition. It was to amend the land use code so that vacation of lot lines would not be permitted, and for any land use compliant lots, or to combine 2 or more land use compliant lots, except in the case of commercial development, in cases where existing homes or buildings straddle lot lines, where both HARC and P&Z vote by extraordinary majority to allow the vacation of lot lines by the demonstration of an exceptional public benefit, and then finally, unless required by the underlying zoning in the HD2 zoning district. There were some issues that we determined that ballot 300 were intended to address. So we explored all of it based on the whereas language, or the purpose for the ballot measure. We looked at lot line consolidations or lot line vacations, possible limits on replacement structures after demolitions occurred, maximum lot sizes, and possible limits on the size of residential additions. From this process that we've been going through in May, June, and this month, it was determined that it's probably better just to keep this land use code amendment to the basic intent to allow for ballot 3 or the implementation of ballot 300, and that we look at these other issues on a more long-term basis. We continue to explore whether we need to limit the replacements to demolitions, or if we need to place new maximum lot sizes, or limiting of any additions or the size of any additions. So what we plan to do is possibly explore this in the future as we collect more data and potentially address these issues with the comprehensive plan. So tonight, we've narrowed we've modified the changes to very basic again. We're adding a new lot to all of the use tables in the hillside transitional, historic residential, residential commercial, and accommodations 1. Those are the zoning districts that permit 1 and 2 family dwellings. The lot will refer to specific language in the subdivision part or subdivision standards of the land use code. And this is where the ballot language measure will be implemented. Basically, 6-408W has been added as a new section, and I'll read it. Prohibition on certain lot line vacations within the hillside transitional residential, historic residential, accommodations 1, or residential commercial zone districts. A lot that contains a 1 or 2 family dwelling may only be consolidated or aggregated with 1 or more adjoining lots, or 2 or more vacant lots may only be consolidated or aggregated. To eliminate non-conforming lots as per Article 4, or to eliminate pre-existing building encroachments across lot lines, including open decks, porches, roof eaves, and stoops, or by means of a PUD. So the benefits of the codification, and the intent was to preserve the ballot 300 language as currently applied, and provide clarity. And we think that this has accomplished that. So with this change, the application of the ballot language is applied only to 1 and 2 family residences, and in the zoning where those 1 and 2 family residences are permitted. It removes the application for mixed use developments that might include residential components in the commercial zone districts, which we determined early on that was never the intent of the ballot 300 language in the first place. And it replaces HARC and P&Z extraordinary majority with exceptional public benefit with the PUD process. We think this meets the intent and spirit of the ballot measure, since PUDs do require demonstration of a public benefit. And with that concludes presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions, and we do recommend approval of this change as we're proposing it.
Okay. Questions of Ron? Square footage is future, and I think we've talked about all this almost ad nauseum. Questions? Okay. And do we need to take some public comment on this?
You can, it's not a public hearing.
It's just,
Your
yeah,
recommendation.
okay, well, we do have people in the
Yes.
room, but this is pretty straightforward. We've been through it a lot of times. Is there anybody that would like to comment? Okay. All right, so this is a review and recommendation. Who would like to make the motion?
Okay. There's no written version.
It's in the memo. In the memo.
Page 4 of the memo.
Oh, it's within electronically. It's not.
Electronically, we don't have a paper copy of it.
Ron, could you put up the
Yeah.
motion?
Let's see if I can find it.
Here comes my screen.
I think I can see that far away.
Where is it?
I've got it if you want to read it off my iPad.
Okay.
You got it.
Do you have it?
Yep, okay, here we go.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, Bob.
All right. I move to recommend to P and Z approval of the amendment to the Land Use Code, Article 3, Division 2, Zone District Purposes and Standards for the purpose of establishing limits, consolidation and aggregation of lots for 1 and 2 family dwelling units with the LUC amendment language attached to the staff memorandum dated July 12, 2023. And with the findings of the staff memorandum dated July 12, 2023. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at the public hearing held on July 19th, 2023. The notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Matt will second.
Okay, Stacy, lead us off.
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Chris, yes.
Very good. It's unanimous. Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, I do have one thing. No, I apologize. I tried to speak up, but I didn't quick enough. There was an amended staff memo. It was the day after the 13th, and I think we put that in the motion as modified on June 13th. Now that everybody's voted, I don't know how to solve that, but
Well, we were just silent on that addendum, but
It's the one that's posted on.
Yeah.
the Packet of records.
so therefore the packet refers to it. So I think,
okay, that's fine. Sorry about that.
thanks for your concern. All right, well, have a good night.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have public hearing items this evening. We only have one recusal on the second. Is anybody else recused? So we'll go ahead and proceed with the first one. At 466 West Columbia, it's the Evans residence. We have a site walk. It's consideration of a large scale demolition of a non-historic addition to a rated THS primary structure in the historic residential zone district for land use code 7203A3A1. It's a large scale addition to an existing building in the historic residential zone district, which will increase the structure's floor area by more than 25% and result in the building which will contain more than 2,500 square feet per land use code 7203A1A2. And it's a small scale repositioning of a THS primary structure in the residential zone district, which per land use code 7203B3B6. And it's a minor scale new construction in the historic residential zone district, which will contain less than 950 square feet of floor area per land use code 7203A1C1. And an insubstantial scale demolition of a non-designated structure per land use code 7203A3 D3. Legal description is lot 23A, block 4, West Telluride Edition. It's at 466 West Columbia Avenue. Historic residential is the zone district. Owner Bruce and Bridget Evans. Applicant POS Architecture and Alpine Planning. Chris Hawkins and staff member Erica Jensen. Erica.
Great, thank you. All right, this is the preliminary large-scale review for 466 West Columbia. This is where the site walk at 4 p.m. occurred. You may remember HARC had a work session for this project back in August of 2022. And during the work session, some of HARC's feedback was concerns around the height of the addition compared to the historic structure, as well as the massing and the height of the south facade. HARC also expressed that the addition should be subordinate to the historic structure in both height and width. This project is located in the historic residential zone district, in the historic residential treatment area, and is inside the historic district. The primary structure is rated supporting and the secondary structure is non-designated. Here are the Sanborn maps, which show little changes from 1899 to 1922. The addition to the primary structure was done around 1991. The project is proposing the demolition of the non-historic addition to the rated primary structure, new construction of an addition to the rated primary structure, raising of the structure 6 inches, demolition of a non-designated secondary structure, and new construction of a secondary structure. The noticing does state there was also a small scale repositioning, but this is incorrect as the house is not being repositioned, but only raised. So that was my mistake. There are 15 proposed conditions, and since staff is recommending this project be continued, I am not going to go through all the conditions. Rather, I'm going to touch on a few of the main issues that many of the conditions revolve around. So one of the main issues is the mass and scale. The new proposed addition is about 3.5 feet taller than the supporting structure and about 3 feet taller than the existing addition. Because of the large difference in the height of the addition and the supporting structure, it does not appear that the addition is subordinate. In previous projects, HARC has considered an addition subordinate when it's at the same height or lower than the historic resource. One of the most important aspects of an addition to a rated structure is ensuring that it is compatible in size, as inconspicuous as possible, and does not obscure the historic building's character and is subordinate to the main building. It does not appear that the addition meets this criteria. And also the scale of the addition at the alley is very large, as seen in this picture right here. Parts of the addition are almost a 3-story vertical wall plane. Here's another view of the massing at the alley. I think what is increasing the mass and scale is some of the building components, like the dormer on the alley structure and the size of the decks are actually increasing the massing. And while the alley structure does provide some stepping down to the alley, the size of the addition solely relying on the secondary structure for pedestrian scale is not adequate. The primary building needs to step down towards the rear of the lot and also needs to be reduced in scale. The other main concern is what the applicant is calling a restoration on the southeast corner of the historic structure. From this picture, which is around 1900, you can see that there's a small enclosed space and then an unenclosed porch. The applicants are proposing to completely enclose this space as a restoration. In the rehabilitation standards intro, the definition of restoration states to restore, one reproduces the appearance of a building exactly as it looked at a particular moment in time. It then goes on to say, a restoration approach is used on missing details or features of a historic building when the features are determined to be particularly significant to the character of the structure and when the original configuration is accurately documented. This proposal, as it exists, does not qualify as a restoration, as the applicant is not building back what was originally there, but instead proposing to enclose the entire space, which is an inaccurate restoration. This part of the structure most likely did not contain any features that were significant to the character of the structure, and there's not enough documentation to accurately reproduce this form. The small addition is not appropriate and does not align with the rehabilitation standards and should be removed. Here are the listed conditions. Staff is recommending continuation of this project based around the mass and scale and the restoration concerns, which do not align with the rehabilitation standards. And I'm happy to go over any specific questions about any of the conditions before we hear from the applicants.
Okay, questions? Verica? Anything? No? It was very detailed. Yeah, did you this in regard to before you had the conditions? Did they have a live interview with you to get feedback from staff before they presented this tonight?
I've sat down with the team a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so no questions. We'll hear from the applicant. Come on up, state your name for the record, and for the architectural firm, if this is not your everyday presentation, typically is common when we have 15 conditions that we, as Chris can tell you, we have a continuance. My suggestion would be, since we saw it and we went through it, maybe, and we're familiar with it, comment on the conditions and how you might comply, and maybe that'll give some feedback to you to help. I don't know, so, but handle it any way you want, but that's my suggestion.
Okay, I think we've decided that I'm gonna start. I'll be really fast because I kind of said this at the work session. We bought this, sorry, Bridget Evans, we bought this house in 2000 and lived there for many years, raised 4 kids, all to say that we know this house, we know the neighborhood. And our plan is to try to rehabilitate it back to, a contributing structure. And make it a livable home for us, quite frankly, as we will probably move back into town to spend our next 10 or 15 years here. So we've spent 2 years going, with Poss and Chris, trying to really work with the guidelines and address some of the concerns, and yet, have a workable home. And we are kind of at that limit. And so I would hope that tonight, more than anything, it would be really great to get as much detailed feedback, like really specific feedback that we can from people. Because I think that I'm not sure we have any more moves to make. We've got one offering tonight that we looked at that I think you guys will like. But otherwise, just please dig in. So, I won't take any more
Okay.
time. But
Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, good evening, Chris Hawkins with Alpine Planning.
And Andy Wisnowski with Poss Architecture.
I'm Tony Major with Poss Architecture.
Thanks. As far as our presentation goes, we are going to do more of an in-depth one for you, just to give a little bit more background on the project. From these are the comments we got at the HARC work session. Overall, there was some very positive comments about trying to do this change. And having this addition be separate from the house. It's a great goal to do that, to try to have the appropriate connector. And, the very positive comments from at least 1 or 2 HARC members. We did get comments about the tall south facade and the need to step down the addition ridge to the south. No articulation on the south wall plane was one of those comments. So also that house extends beyond the east and west sides of the historic house on both sides. Seems to be a sensitive addition to the historic house, likes design. And also to see the historic house from the alley was another comment. And again, subordinate means to HARC, narrowing it down in width. Ridge line needs to come down with a step down for at least 3 feet. So the big change from the work session was really crunching the house down. And I'll let the architects take over here.
Yeah, if you can see the image on the left, one of the things that we heard fairly clearly is the width of the overall addition needed to be more in alignment and subordinate to the historic. We did do that to the east side of the home. You can see that on the right, we pulled the the, the mass back so that it aligns with the face of the historic and maintain the linkage there that gives us sort of that hyphen between the two masses. And in this plan, you can kind of get a sense of that on this particular diagram, but we felt like that was a fairly significant change to the design. It helped us to make the house much more visible from the alley, the historic house much more visible from the alley. As this slide shows, we did everything we could in terms of going from floor to floor and looking at construction methods to try to reduce this house in its overall height. So we've minimized this to Bridget's earlier comment. We've been looking for everything we can from inches throughout this home to try to find ways to get the massing as low as we possibly can, but still make it a workable condition for the occupants. So one thing that I thought would probably be helpful to illustrate as we started the process, this is sort of a snapshot of some of the evolution that we went through. We initially started by trying to preserve the existing caretaker cottage off the backside, which pushed our ability to add a reasonable amount of square footage to accomplish an addition on this left side here. So we chose to run a gable kind of east-west and separate it from the historic cottage. And as we approach the town about this as an option, utilizing a much smaller link, there was the concern that they preferred not to have a cross gable running in that direction, and that we would need to sort of lower the height of the building. So, and to make a more significant effort to create a much more larger link or a more substantial effort into link. So the second option that you're seeing in the middle is a complete demolition of the historic cabin and trying to pull the mass back with the gable running in the opposite direction, giving us some more visible separation. And as we took it to the next step, this is what we came into HARC with at that point last year, and got some, like Chris said, some good feedback. And as we came to the final resolution, as we presented today, we've attempted to take the mass and scale this down as much as we could. We've haven't been able to do anything in a significant fashion, but what we do feel like is that with the sort of stepping massing that we've achieved across the front and to the sides of this building, we've done a good job of organizing a massing that allows the view back from the alley to the historic resource in a way that it's improved it. Now, one of the things that you'll see in this left image up to the right is this is our proposal to the town that you're reviewing, but what we included was a wraparound deck to the side yard. And as a team, we once again sort of self-policed ourselves to try to see if there was another thing that we could offer to help in the process. So what you're going to see is the deck is now been taken back so that it does not wrap around to the south yard and create that connection to grade along the side yard. And once again, open up more of a more unobstructed view to the historic resource. And we felt like that was a real positive element. And I think Bridget, although she really liked the ability to get back on grade, felt like this was again a very significant step toward trying to accomplish what we believe is a very sensitive addition to the historic resource. I don't know if anybody has any questions about that specifically, but
Okay.
So now directly to the conditions, in terms of moving the small addition, the design intent was to restore that. And what was currently concealed with a really bad addition. The 1908 Sanborn map in RGS showed approximate 6 foot deep by 15 foot wide addition. And the proposed addition is the same size. So looking at this image, which is a different year, I don't have the date of this, but this is the porch and it looks like it's been fully enclosed, and the Sanborn map, if you look at it, shows that shed. So that was the intent there. It's not to try to create something that wasn't there. It was just really looking at this because if you look at the eave and that narrow shadow line, it looks like there's more of a wall plane right there. And so this is where that was trying to recreate that small addition, shed reform that we believe was enclosed. I know it's tough on these RGS photos, but that was the intent. In terms of the subordinate issue, the goal in this is really to try to reverse a really bad addition that resulted in the downgrading of the structure, and have an appropriate connector and a new module in the south. So that's the big goal that I think everyone hopefully wants to achieve here. And we've outlined several of the HARC work session comments that we've addressed. One of those things as well is, again, you're able to see that southwest corner on this image, and this wall plane is in line with that up there. So that was one of the bigger changes on the design. So if you look at the design guidelines that we're working with under RE 19, to not obscure damaging character defining features, we're actually revealing those features and removing a bad addition. This addition could be in theory reversible with a connector. And then again, we're not trying to do an additional alteration that would result in a downgrading like the current one. If anything, it's hopeful that it could result in a possible improvement to it. In terms of being compatible in size and scale with the building, you have to respect the proportions of massing and siding in the building. And here's a clear contemplation of this. The design guidelines don't say subordinate means it can't be taller. That's not been the case in Telluride for a long time. This is kind of a newer interpretation of the design guidelines that says right here, and if addition would be taller than the main building, set it back substantially from the primary character defining facades. And we're also providing that small length. Designing to be inconspicuous as possible, to be visually subordinate to the main building, setting the addition back from the primary facade to allow the original proportions and form. All those things we believe we're meeting. There are numerous examples around town of recent additions. I'm going to show some of these later on where the addition is taller than the historic resource. This is a supporting structure, and HARC within the last 2 years has approved additions that have higher roofs than the building. And I think that's fine per the design guidelines. You just have to make sure it's subordinate. The addition is set back 30.5 feet from the front facade. So that's a pretty big distance, just measuring that out. And that's on the west side. And then when the porch indents, it's 25.5 feet. So again, it's set back. We're keeping the primary historic facade in shape. That's what most of you see when you're out there for the sidewalk. You see a small ridge sticking up over the top in the back. In terms of condition number 2, in terms of the addition respects the proportions, massings, and siding the home. The historic house is about 30 feet by 27 feet. The proposed addition has a width of 34 feet and 29 feet. So it's pretty close to this. And only on that west side are we proposing it to extend about 3.5 or 4 feet, something like that, small, that you won't even be able to see from the street because of the spruce tree that's out there. Again, the addition has 2 above grade levels and a basement level. From the 3 elevations, you primarily see 2 levels in the basement below. Only the alley view in the limited locations shows the full 3 stories with the basement.
Chris, could you go back to the previous slide just for a second?
Sure.
Okay. So the historic house is 30 foot wide and the proposed addition is 34 foot.
Yeah, and it's
So-
4 feet over on the west side. Is what we're proposing.
But I could save it, but while you're on it. So if you're 3.5 feet taller and you're 4 foot wider, how is it subordinate?
Well, that's the design guidelines contemplate doing that. It doesn't mean it has to be smaller. I'll show you an example that was approved by this board just within the last 2 years.
Okay,
Where it was
keep going.
over. So, again, I understand it's a discussion point. That's what we want to hear is your
Okay.
frank comments like that. Okay, so right now the Revit model is going to be presented, so you get a little bit better context in 3D. Oh, let me stop sharing, sorry. Is in. Our best plan did not work, so I will go back.
Couple of seconds, then I could just take a look.
Yeah, Christie, you go on.
Yeah, so condition number 3, in terms of reducing the mass and scale under HR 17C3, again, new construction should appear similar in mass and scale.
Chris, you're not sharing your screen.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Go ahead and share it.
okay, all right, I'm sorry.
Nice.
A larger building may be divided into modules that reflect the scale of construction, stepping down the scale of the mass at the street, historic proportions we've already talked about. And there are really numerous examples around town historically where under the design guidelines, which haven't changed much in a long time, you have additions that are taller and in some cases wider than historic houses. The home is similar and comparable with other homes on either side of the site. And the home to the east is also 3 stories. And the home also has a design that's broken into modules. And the mass steps down the alley. And we also have, keep in mind the 50-foot wide lot here. So we're not maxing out this site. This massing model shows what it would view from the street. I think the story poles, this was set up a little bit higher. You can see that ridge sticking up behind here, just like you saw it on the street today when we were across the street. Conditions 4, 5, 6, and 7. Again, we're talking about compatibility, views, view corridors. I think standing out in the alley, everyone saw that the view corridor to the mountain is still existing. It's not obliterated. And that's common on development to have some change to public view corridors from alleys or streets. HARC historically is not prohibited development from doing that. Pedestrian scale, again, we feel it steps down and we have a lot of varied setbacks. In terms of building form, again, we have a rectangular building and we feel it does step down to the rear of the property. And again, this is important. One simple form should read as a dominant element, rectangular gable form, and we believe we have that in the design. The streetscape shows again how it fits in, and in this you can see that ridge a little bit more accurately poking up behind, and then on the right side where it does stick out. This is no different than what we've seen around in even the block in the neighborhood. The stepping elements go from the primary ridge to Juliet balcony to the lower balcony. down to the accessory structure and down, or even down like this. There's also stepping down this way, coming down on this deck, this deck's gone. The roof forms and out, so there's a lot of stepping. Again, this says a building should step down in scale along the street and alley edges by using elements such as decks, porches, bays, and balconies, and we've got all those elements for stepping. Again, this is just more of an alley view showing the stepping. Here it would just more cut off with the newer design. This is just looking at all the positive open space on the site and just the building massing. The building is really limited to a very narrow area of the lot. I count decks as positive open space because they're outdoor usable spaces. In terms of the buildings on either side, you can see how tight and close they are to the property lines and how this one's very open. This positive open space here is the primary view corridor going out. And then even if you look underneath this deck, there's still some patio space that's usable here. But again, this does show there's no adverse visual impact to that view corridor from the alley, and the story poles were very helpful for that today too as well. So this is a project that was just approved a few years ago. This is on a contributing structure, not even a supporting structure. This roof ridge is anywhere from 5 to 6 feet over the primary ridge of the forum, and this is at 437 West Colorado Avenue, just down the alley from this house. So one thing about this that I think is key is you can see very little of this from Colorado Avenue. I tried to get a picture of this, and the pictures just don't show it well. It's hidden in the back. You just cannot see it. Part of this is due to topographic rise, for sure. It's the inverse of our lot where it drops down, but we're only proposing 3 feet on a lot that drops down. And using that topography, this is the back side of another structure just down. No, that's another structure just down the street, not this project. But this looks like a newer addition. Again, this one is at 449 Colorado. This is a higher addition, garage addition on the back because it rises up and it's above the roof ridge line in the back as well too. You're also approving projects that extend beyond the historic walls of homes. This is at 330 Columbia Street, where there's a small, looks like about 2 or 3 feet projecting out on one side. This isn't concealed. This is a view just straight on from the sidewalk. And garages, additions, and alleys in general, they're expected to be at 5 feet most of the time, and they on 25-foot wide lots, the view's gone from any alley perspective, and you're right there against the structure. On a 50-foot wide lot, you're able to have a nice view quarter through like we've shown. So there are these just nuances between 50-foot wide lots and 25-foot wide lots. Conditions 8 and 9 concerning the upper deck sizes, we've already addressed that. Hopefully you see that as a positive change. And the decks do provide that visual interest. The reduction in the rear yard, there's a suggestion to get the deck out of it. I think there's been some movement for there, but it's pretty typical to have decks and patios in that 6-foot space between primary and accessory. So we're trying to work through that a little bit more. In terms of the 6-foot primary setback, it's really needed because you have a pretty big front setback, you have a connector, you have an addition. We're trying to pull this out and recreate the home, and then also have an accessory alley garage. And that's a lot, right, to try to do. And so that 6 foot is helpful in being able to pull that away from the house and hopefully get rid of that really bad addition. There's also a lot of open space on this. Conditions 11, 12, and 13 were just regarding the dormers. Again, it talks about them being compatible, should be kept to a minimum. You have to keep the original roof line and below the ridge line and set it back from the primary facade and limit the dormer size. And then the AS policies on alley structures. We believe that's a primary stepping element. That alley structure, we understand that the dormer probably will need to change, but that scale of that alley structure really helps with stepping. This is just showing the existing house condition with dormers. Again, there's no southern facade of this house. There's 2 gable dormers. We're proposing one simple shed dormer that's set back a little bit over 4 feet. So it's set back 4 feet. It's below the ridge line. This eave situation can be fixed by pulling it up a little bit and redesigning it to meet the design standard. This shed dormer on this side is for a stair tower. And on the other side of the property where you've got this dormer, this is a bedroom hallway corridor leading back to the master bedroom. Stairs come up on the inside and then you turn right and go back into a bedroom. So this is the primary access into the bedroom, and that was the solution for that. And then those head heights in the western stair tower was 8'3". In the eastern dormer, it's about 9 foot height just to get access back into that bedroom.
You said,
Sure.
that's actually the bathroom.
Oh, sorry.
The stair tower comes along the.
So
the
that-
north side.
So that's for the bathroom and
The
not the
bathroom,
stair.
yeah.
Okay, so that's my
Just-
bad. Sorry.
I just want to make sure. maybe
Thank
I'm
you.
Confused.
No, I appreciate that. So that's close to the end of our presentation. I did also want to mention the intent is not to demolish that accessory building, that secondary building that's there today. It is to relocate it. But our client's not going to move forward with doing the structural test to see if it can be moved or finding a lot until we get through the preliminary process. And I guess we just asked Mark, because I think you heard Bridget, it's kind of like, we need to hear clearly about things HARC is gonna want to see in a very black and white manner.
Yeah.
Or, and so she can make a decision. But hopefully we can have some interaction on the nuances of the design during deliberation before it's cut off for just, during Q&A before it gets cut off for deliberation. So
We'll
Thank
try to do that. But you're saying you don't want us to approve the demolition?
So
well,
Mark, if a structure is moved out of town, it's still a demolition.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I just
And-
want to make it clear there, because I understand the concern and about that. My client does. But we just can't commit to that right now.
Okay,
Just because of the unknowns is, can you even move it?
But we did hire someone to look to see if it could be moved, and they said there's 6 inches of clearance in the alley. But they couldn't speak to the structural integrity. And so we have to hire a structural engineer.
understood. Yep.
But our intent is to relocate that structure.
Okay,
Thank you. I appreciate the latitude on the presentation.
So-
if you do continue the project, you don't need the demolition motion. so,
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right.
Can I just add a couple comments
Yeah.
before we, one of the concerns with the deck space and the space between the primary and secondary structure is that with the decks, they're only 2 feet 8 inches apart. So there's really not a lot of positive open space between the two because the decks are so large. Just for some clarification on that.
Okay. And one other follow-up. Well, a quick question, and we'll open it up to the board here. Are there no other photos that show, I saw the shadow line on the addition to the historic house from whenever that was. But there's nothing else that would
The
demonstrate it
only
was
two I could
closed.
find in the Rio Grande storybook, and I looked, I typically look at like Denver Public Library too, and some other resources to see, but I couldn't get a better shot of that. And Jonna understands the Sandmore maps way better than I ever will, and I'm not sure if there's a way to determine if something's actually a porch or enclosed on those maps or not, and if that's, yeah. But to me, at least on that one photo, it looked like it was enclosed at that point. That's all.
Staff is convinced it wasn't enclosed.
I don't think we can say definitively either way, but I think the guidelines speak to if there's a question about it, then it shouldn't be done because there's not enough documentation. And I think putting on an addition that might not have existed is not within the design
Well,
guidelines.
it's about enclosing
Yes.
what was
What
an addition.
I do believe that part of it was enclosed, but I don't think there's enough evidence to show if that other part was enclosed or was just a porch.
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
In your early part of your presentation, you mentioned that you're already looking at, it's removing the deck from the east side, but you're keeping the deck at the south side.
Yes,
Correct.
Okay, so we still have that narrow space between. Okay. Good question.
What other questions? Let's open it up for the board. Andrew, Chris, anybody? No?
For questions? No.
To Chris's point, before we lose you, I'll try to turn it into a question. So the word subordinate, and we're hopefully going to start I should say, some edits on these guidelines to clarify some ambiguity or put more specificity in it. But I mean, all I can tell you is length, height, and width. And you're 3 for 3. Which of those could you, 3 for 3, it's larger, it's wider, and it's taller. So the word subordinate, even if we've had some circumstances where it might have been higher, which of those might you be able to adjust to try to be more compliant? And if you don't know, I mean, that's why we're continuing it. You'll have to come back and show us something. I'm just asking the question. You don't have to decide right now.
No, I mean, that's an architectural odor livability
Okay.
question. Because if you shrink the roof, the height issue is probably a killer. The width question on the side, given that that is so inconspicuous and there's 330, it's just going up right here. It's about the same and you can't even see it from the street. I hope to be some latitude there, but squeezing that in on the inside just reduces down those floor areas, the livability and the layout of that lower
Yeah.
level.
We go through this
I know,
every time,
it's a balloon. Right.
trying to figure out and be a voice of reason, but
But the stepping down to the alley, the thing that makes the simple reform more complex by doing an 18-inch drop for 3 feet or whatever it is. That can probably be done, to get more stepping. And if anything in it is there, if there's, if there is a desire to make it at least the same width as the historic house, I guess Bridget Steen would have to look at that and see what does that do to livability, but the height one is probably a bigger one, because the only way that works is to swish it down into the earth, because you can't lower anything else. The floor to ceiling heights are 9 feet, as I understand it, on all the floors, so they're already pretty small.
Is that, when you say that, plate height or?
No, no.
Sorry.
To
no, Well,
ridge.
it's
I'll let the architect.
No, it's actually, we've got about a 10-foot floor to floor and it yields a 9-foot ceiling on the level.
Okay.
So squishing it down, if it does get pushed in the earth, that causes more stairs inside the house for, Bridget and her husband are trying to make this a home as they age.
There's already 3.
So that would add probably, 3 more steps if it went down more.
Yeah.
And so height's probably the bigger killer in this from what I've heard so far.
yeah.
You can talk about the drainage if you try to push it down.
Yeah, well, as we try to push it down, we're gonna start pushing this thing below the level being able to properly drain. In other words, we're gonna actually have a situation where that lower level is actually below grade, and we'll have to engineer a solution to try to keep water from going.
Yeah.
Which
You
is
have a
something
basement.
we prefer not to do.
You have a basement underneath the lower level.
Okay.
Just to be clear, the plate height in that master bedroom. That's the 9 feet
No, the spring.
on
plate
the the plate on the dormer there.
Oh, the plane on the dormer, I think it was 8'3" on the west side and 9 feet on the south side.
Main roof is 2 feet off the floor or something like that.
Okay.
So it's really
All right.
essentially attic space for dormers. And it's quite tight already for a master bedroom. So if we lower that, it's just gonna go back to the dormer straight.
And now we are at a net 3'0", not 3'5" after you. I've never seen anybody to comply with subordinate, raise the historic house so that you lowered the delta, but. it's
Yeah.
Clever.
it's- We tried that before and we got shut down. Trying the floodplain issues, and I guess on the subordinate conversation, I would just point out that there are several homes that have higher building heights behind them that have been approved in the past under current design guidelines that have not lost or had a degrading rating in the 2013 THAS.
Yeah.
And so that's a good conversation to have if and when the design guidelines get limited, but it seems like it's been getting tougher and tougher every year that goes along because subordinate has evolved and changed with every HARC and what that means. And so more specificity is good, but I think the minute you limit additions to being not to where you're not making a more usable, livable house or, more functionality or something, you're gonna stop losing that incentive for rehabilitation.
Okay. Well,
That's all.
I wanted to ask the question so you had the chance to elaborate,
know,
more,
that-
and now you have. So,
Yeah, thank you.
and I'll end that with saying, like I said, you're 3 for 3 with violating and no step down. So we'll deliberate and see where this goes.
Mark, just because 330 East Columbia came up a couple times, the ridge line on that addition is lower. And on the Aspen side, the addition is in line with the historic house. So there's only one side of that house that extends beyond.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
clarification. And it is true, the further back you go, the more liberal we get, but there's many that are more further back. And I just don't remember a house 3 feet taller than the historic house, but okay. Well, let's just deliberate and see where everybody is on this. We have,
Public comment.
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we need to get the public comment. So please come up, give your name. And comment or not. Okay, they're all,
Or if you're online, raise your hand.
yeah. Let's see who's, there's hardly anybody online. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you very much. And I would say this design, you're trying to be sensitive to some of these guidelines, but let's deliberate and see where we get. So we have 15 conditions. Does anybody disagree with any of the 15 or see it a different way? And then are there any additional?
Go ahead. You opened your mouth first. I was breathing. Think you're mine.
Oh, to go first.
You were on ARC for me.
So I just, my comments, I generally agree with all of them except 12, 13, and 14. I don't feel those are quite necessary. And I think overall, I don't feel that this, I appreciate this design and I don't think it needs a lot to be compliant. I think if it's pushed down to the ground a bit more, I think it would be fine. So that's.
Did you say 14?
Yes.
The foundation material?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not sure, for simplicity, why there needs to be an express foundation
Okay.
material, why the board form can't come to 6 inches of grade.
Hmm.
Or not board form, but sorry, barnwood or whatever the siding is.
Yeah.
Unless I'm misreading the drawings.
You have no thoughts on 11? Going from down to a single dormer on the west side?
I have a little mixed feelings about a number 11. I prefer the shed dormer to the gable dormer that's there aesthetically. But I understand Erica's reasons for citing those guidelines to say if you're gonna take it out, don't put a non-historic dormer into an historic house. So I think it's probably best to just remove it. I think they would be able to keep that existing dormer, which would be unfortunate, I think. If
Right,
they did
because
keep
it needs egress in that window, bedroom.
I think they have another.
Yeah,
window.
that front
They
window
have
isn't
another
gonna,
window.
huh?
They have another window for egress.
I don't think that front window's gonna. The historic window on the front's not. Anyway, that was just. I prefer the shed also. That's why I'm torn. I get Erica's point, but. We won't have egress from that upper level bedroom,
Well, I think what they'll probably do is keep what's there,
existing dormer.
which is
Yeah.
a bit of an unfortunate kind of wart on that historic house.
Then we get to our funky,
Yeah.
Keep the funk.
keep it funky.
Okay, So 12, 13, and 14. Use the size of the east dormer, and then.
And I don't have a strong feeling about that. I'm not sure that I would require them to.
What number?
12. And 13 were both about reducing the size of it. I mean. She's not prescribing how much, but.
I think I appreciate the massing and the proportions they have, and I think it works well to help break up the architecture and the mass and scale. So I don't feel that they're out of scale.
This new dormer up front.
That was an
Nope.
11.
That was 11.
West side, okay, I got you.
So that's at the number 12 is at the master, I believe.
Well, it's on the side of the
Anyway,
house.
I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say.
Okay, well, thanks for throwing that out. Stacy.
Well, I was writing as quick as I could, but since I'm an architect, I write slowly, but I'll go through what I wrote down. I think with regards to condition number 1, well, I think staff's logic was reasonable and well thought out. The SAB board maps are generally, what we have to go on, and Sandboard doesn't provide any information on whether that shed form was enclosed or not, but it was clearly there in 1908. It's unfortunate that photograph didn't have any sort of date stamped on it, or it wasn't cited anyway. I'm sure if it was, you would have shared that with us. But it exists as an enclosed form now, with some evidence that it may have been or may not have been enclosed, but that it existed in 1908. So the argument for removing it to me is not any stronger than the argument. The argument for removing it isn't any stronger than the argument for keeping it. And so given that it exists there, I'm okay with it remaining. Is that a long-winded way of saying I'd be fine striking one?
Yeah.
Would you though want to differentiate those materials from the historic?
The way it's hipped around the corner, the roof form, perhaps muddies that connection a little. It would be better if the connector was clearly differentiated from something that is, well, see, here we go, it's slippery. Perhaps more historic than a new connector. Anyway, that's how I feel about number 1.
Can you do that again? Last week.
Well, it's on the sandboard. The sandboard shows it.
Yes,
It's
I
there.
understand that. But the idea that the connector could be more differentiated.
No. I think the connector is differentiated, but it has a hip roof form that connects the two. It connects the connector via the roof form to that shed form. To the porch form.
It's shown dashed. So
No, I'm not talking about this. I think,
Oh.
Bob's not questioning the sandboard map. He's questioning my comment that the connector, the new connector
Right.
via that roof form is connected to that
Yeah, sorry.
shed in a way that muddies which is the new connector and which is the old porch, the enclosed porch.
Mhm.
Now they look like perhaps they're from the same time period.
Could be, yeah, yeah, I agree. I think I would like to see the differentiate. Generally, that's what we ask for, that it has, could have a different roof form, different height.
Well,
whatever, but
Furthermore, you lose with that roof wrapping around, you lose the continuous corner of the historic.
Right.
I'm okay with let me try again. I'm okay with the currently enclosed porch remaining. But I don't want that to be somehow connected or conflated with the new connector. Is that more?
based on 1, keep the small addition. But.
Differentiate the connector.
Can I,
create the connector.
can I interrupt for
Yep,
a
sure.
second? So if you look at the Sanborn from 1922, which is it's a little clearer than the one from 1908, but generally looks the same. That dashed line where they're proposing to enclose means it was open.
Means it was open, but
So,
half of it.
Half of it was, yes, but they're proposing to enclose the whole space, which was never enclosed.
So could you clarify for me, the existing conditions is that, and that's an enclosed space, that's that bathroom, right?
Yes,
Okay, so,
only half of that was historically enclosed.
gotcha. So but they should be allowed to keep that piece of it if they want to, because it's existing.
Like, you mean,
That half.
The half?
Yeah,
I think it, yes, I don't know if it's appropriate, since none of the historic materials are left, to then reproduce it to look
No,
exactly
I
the same
agree
as
with you.
the
I think
house.
if they're allowed to keep
Yes.
it, that the materiality of at least the walls and probably the roof should be differentiated from the historic.
But I think it's important to note that that entire space was not enclosed.
Yeah,
It's
you're
pretty
right. It is
clear on the,
important. Yeah, it's
yeah,
very clear.
okay.
So
It-
I think
in any-
consensus that
in
wherever
any-
it was enclosed, you wouldn't allow it.
Sure, but in any case, they're gonna have to be replicating some material.
Okay. No, that's good discussion.
So that's my first one.
Well, there's only 14 more.
So furthermore, so, and this speaks to condition 2 and 3. I appreciate that you pulled the north elevation back to be more in line with the historic wall plane. I also appreciate the reduction of the deck at the east. I think those are both moves that improve the idea of being subordinate. And that pushes me right into the third item. I don't feel as strongly about perhaps what has become a current interpretation of the word subordinate. I think oftentimes we fall into a trap where we look at elevations, flat on and don't take perspective views into account as much. As a general sort of personal definition, I don't think things just absolutely hard line need to be shorter than. I don't think subordinate to equals so shorter than necessarily. 3.5 feet though is significant. And the fact that the story poles are still visible from the north side of Columbia, that's something that can't be overlooked. So I'm generally in favor of the wording of 3 and 4, reduce. I just want to be clear that I'm not personally looking for a reduction to equal or less than necessarily.
Gotcha. I mean, I agree 100% with you. I think if they can reduce it where you cannot see the ridge line from across the street, or it's just a little piece of it, and it's so far back, to me, it seems subordinate.
I agree.
And just to take that a little bit further, Chris Hawkins showed an image of another project, and I know we review each project on its own merits, but a lot of times it's simply the difference between being on the south side of the street and the north side of the street, which is, those images were of north side versus south side. So I think on the north side, there's a little more.
But we would all agree it's not just another 6 inches. It even, it needs to be something significant, but we don't want to
Agreed.
specify because we want to see what they can do.
Right, but this is, I don't want this to turn into a council retreat item, but we need to, well, we need to have some consistency to be consistent about how we interpret the word subordinate, and we've changed our interpretation a little bit over the last perhaps few years. Anyway, not changed. We've
I would say
grown.
judged each project on its own merits.
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
I agree with the condition number 12. The east dormer to me is nearly as wide as the wall and roof that contains it. Number 12, I mean, it's almost not even a dormer necessarily. It's a wall plane with 2 little roof eyebrows on either side. So number 12, reduce the size of the dormer, and by that I believe staff meant reduce the width, perhaps. I understand there's a stair head height issue on the one side.
It was the width. You're
Yeah.
correct, yeah.
So I agree with
The width of the dormer, yeah.
Okay, so 13, 14, 15, what do you agree with Matt on 13 and 14?
I do.
Okay, Stacy. Just 2 straw polls real quick. Starting with Chris, do we And we all concur that 13 and 14 would not, could be struck. As Matt started.
I
and
think
then-
you could say consider.
For sure.
You could leave them in and just say,
Consider it.
Well,
Revise for the foundation.
Every
material.
group. You mean? Like even on 14?
Yeah.
Okay, and. All right.
and I'm saying that because I don't feel very strongly about that they need to be struck. I just don't know if they need to be.
You guys okay with that? Okay, so I think we 12 leave, then 13, 14 consider and then on one, the language that allow to keep the addition that's clearly on the Sanborn maps, which is half of that wall, I guess is the language that I hear you guys coming up with that end of the table. And you, okay, Chris, with that?
What are you saying?
That what we saw on the Sanborn map, that half of that, they wanted to close it all, but half of that is enclosed now. Of that elevation today. And we would allow that
To
to
continue
stay, but differentiate the materials from the connector, so there's no confusion. about
from
that.
the historic.
So
Yeah.
remove, you
From,
remove
sorry.
the smaller addition to the existing addition, something like that. I don't know how you want to say it.
I think I heard Matt had Stacy, both of them had some good language on that. We're headed towards one of you making.
I think maybe Stacy has a better grasp on that.
Okay. And, okay, so we can try to enclosure here. And 7 is a strong one, that as Erica said, it's a 3-story plane and the applicant acknowledged that there's something they can do there, but that needs to step down significantly. You can't rely on the next structure or a deck. Right?
I would disagree with that. I think that it's far enough back. I think there's the alley structure. I think there's the deck. So I don't feel strongly that has to happen. I think adding an additional step, like Chris mentioned, just sort of complicates the architecture. So I think if they can do that, great, but I don't think it's has to happen. That's just, I don't know if you guys agree with me.
I would agree with Erica that some change in wall plane, but let's straw poll. What do you
I
guys think?
agree for the 3 levels.
Yeah. Okay. And Stacy, I don't know where you are on that, but
I'm busy writing.
okay, you're getting ready for the motion. Okay.
So
It's
right
a
there for number
continuance, isn't it?
So I think support Erica on that. So in summary, 1, we're gonna have a revision. 13 and 14 would add the words consider. If that helps you, Stacy.
Mhm.
And I guess that's it, right? Yep. Okay. Whenever you're ready. Jeez.
Hold on, almost there.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, would you mind telling us the language of number 1 before you make the motion?
Yeah, so what I have is, for number 1, maintain the 1922 sandboard configuration where the shed form is partially enclosed. Remove the hip roof form and differentiate the new connection from the historic form.
Perfect. Okay, are you ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I think we'll probably have a friendly amendment before we vote, so don't
Okay.
vote or don't put it up for vote too soon. I move to continue to the September 20 HARC meeting, the proposed preliminary large scale addition and minor scale new construction at 466 West Columbia, Block 4, Lot 23A, West Tellier addition. Based on the findings in the staff memo dated July 19, 2023, and with the following conditions. Number 1, maintain the 1922 sandboard configuration where the shed form on the southeast corner is partially enclosed, period. Remove the hip roof form and differentiate the new connector from the historic shed form. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as stated in the staff memo. Strike 8.
No,
Well, they did it
They're
already.
just showing that they have a way to.
Oh, there's showed, oh, so, okay, sorry, keep 8. Sorry, I was. That, anyway. 9, 10. 11. And 12 as stated. 13, consider removing or reducing the size of the dormer on the east side of the roof on the secondary structure per AS 3.A and AS 4.A. Number 14, consider revising the secondary structure, have a clear distinction between the foundation and the wall material per HRA 1, and 15 as stated. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on July 19, 2023, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
I'll second that.
Any friendly amendments?
I got it?
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't so hard.
Only to make one, just to make one.
Well, then let's vote.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Obvious.
Chris, yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Good luck and we continued it till,
September.
see you then.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to that subordinate discussion also.
As soon as we get done with the moratorium, we're gonna.
Yeah.
Spin that. All right. Bob can't wait. Okay. All right. We will proceed with the second public hearing. Stacy is recused.
So just, do I recuse after you introduce it or before?
You can recuse right now.
I'll recuse right
And state the reason for your recusal.
now. Conflict of interest. I work for the applicant.
You know what? You can have a free sandwich.
Sarcastic tone there, wasn't it? He's always.
All right, 306. North Willow, consideration application for a small scale new construction in the residential zone district located outside HLD, but within the HPOD. And will contain 1,500 square foot or more of floor area, but not more than 2,500 square foot of floor area per land use 7.2 BB1B. Description, excuse me, parcel A, Larson. PUD block 37 town of Telluride at 306 North Willow. It's in the residential zone district. Owner Prince Property LLC, applicant Chris Hawkins, Alpine Planning, and staff member John Wenzel.
Thank you, Chairperson Shambach. We received written public comment from Brian Wallahan and Lori Roddick earlier this week. Did everyone have a chance to review those comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Are those available?
They will be in the documents that are, and I can share them with you later. Are they? Okay, thanks, Piper. Also, the applicants shared the construction access agreement and the parking and storage easement with you. These are documents and agreements between neighbors, shouldn't have much bearing on the HARC review or decision. But wanted to just remind you, yes, parcel B, which I'll explain here with with the map. So this site is located on the east side of North Willow Street. It's outside but adjacent to the historic district. The historic district is directly across Willow Street to the west. Willow Street, as you know, is very steep and the lot slopes down about 15 feet from the north to the south. This lot that we're considering tonight is parcel A. It was created with the Larson PUD in 1988, which split lot 4 into 2 lots, parcel A and parcel B. Parcel A is on the west, adjacent to Willow Street, and parcel B is to the east. And the PUD at that time granted parcel B parking and access easements accessible from Willow Street. In April of this year, the Larson PUD was amended to increase the site coverage, reduce the floor area, and reconfigure the parking for parcel B. The building envelope was established by the PUD as indicated by the red outline on this map. previously, both parking spaces were indicated at the northern corner of the lot. The PUD amended the location of the parking space, so the designated parking space for parcel B to the south, and includes a pedestrian access easement to parcel B. So the owner of parcel B, Mr. Silverman, can park here off of Willow as he has done for many years, and access his lot through this easement. The public comment that we received earlier this week expressed concern about the 15-foot setback proposed. So I wanted to address that specifically. The 15 feet front yard setback would be the smallest setback on the east side of Willow, other than the side yard, which exists at the lot to the south. The average front setback on the east side of Willow is more than 26 feet. The average front setback on the west side of Willow is 5.5 feet. So there's a pretty big discrepancy there on this block, but the average of the two is 16 feet. You may want to consider that front setback. It is closer to Willow Street. I will point out, however, that there is a 17-foot right-of-way in front of the lot between appears from the edge of the pavement to the property line.
Does that run all the way up?
Yes. So the proposed conditions, which are in the memo, are fairly straightforward. Indicate the location of bicycle parking and storage, provide a planting schedule with the final CA plans. The number 3 is the one I wanted to talk about specifically, the long roof on the north. This long sloping roof we see proposed occasionally, but is not a traditional roof form found in the residential neighborhoods in town, and isn't consistent with TH number 22A. Number 4 was to label the dimensions of the skylights. 5 skylights are proposed. HARC can determine if that number is appropriate, and the size of those skylights. Condition number 5 is standard, ensure that the doors are no more than 2/3 light, and ensure that the solar panel racks and frames are non-reflective. And then finally, to provide a complete lighting plan consistent with exterior and site lighting standards. I did ask for that prior to posting the packet, and it was not available. Chris Hawkins is here for this application as well. I believe Tommy's online.
Yeah,
or
Tommy's
just-
online.
Okay, to present their presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions from the board at this time.
I have a question about the skylights.
Mhm.
Since we can't determine quite how big they are, to scale them, what is staff's general impression? Are they potentially too big or potentially too many of them? Or do you need that data?
Well, it would be helpful to know the dimensions, but the guidelines say to limit the number of skylights. It appears that most of them are on different roof planes, so we wouldn't see them all from the same view. However, these two seem to be stacked and are potentially in the same space. I'm not sure. But I'm sure the applicant could address that more specifically, and they may have the dimensions for you at this time. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Could you go back to the setback slide, please?
Mhm.
So the house south is the side yard, so that's different. The
Mhm.
next house is, I can't read them.
The one north of this lot or parcel A,
Uh-huh.
it's 19 feet to the it looks like a parking area or accessory, and 40 feet to the house. And then the next one is 30 feet to the house.
And then there's,
But that's a new house, the house is torn down, that's in this
Yeah.
picture.
We'll go ahead and get public comment in a little bit here.
Right, this is from the San Miguel map. I believe the new house is set back a little bit.
so we've got
Further
1,
even.
2, 3. And then whatever.
The other thing I'll point out about this lot is that it is a half lot. It's not 117 feet deep. It's 67.5 feet deep. The envelope was approved as part of the PUD. The PUD was amended to include this additional area in the front just in April of this year. And I think moving it back towards the back of the lot would further encumber parcel B.
Jonna, could you go back to the setback slide, that corner of the
Sure.
house? Was that saying 14 feet?
14 feet to the side yard.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant.
Hi, Chris Hawkins with Outline Planning. Sorry, just to be on my presentation. Jim Mahoney's also here on the team. Mike Balzer and Tommy Hine online with Tommy Hine Architects. So the PUD amendment, John, I mentioned this, it was approved April 27th of this year. The PUD only changed the building envelope a little bit in the front, and the home doesn't even utilize this full space. I'll show you on the plans for that. It also vacated these 2 parking easements, created two new easements, which we shared with you just to show you what had been done with those easements concerning parcel B. It also expanded the building envelope in the back to have a below grade basement space below the patio. So that's not an above grade space back here. The Larson PUD is very specific. It is 2 postage stamp lots. You can't do these anymore. And they're very square envelopes. So we can't push it back at all without a PUD amendment. So the setbacks are what the setbacks have been since the PUD was incepted. So it is in line with the other setbacks, but we think the PUD provides some level of guidance for that dimensional standard. And to do any change for that, based on neighbor concerns about shadowing and ice on Willow Street, when there's already some homes within 15 feet, it seems to be a little bit much, and there's that nice buffer in front. So I just think any change to that PUD agreement, trying to move it closer to Mr. Sullivan's house is very problematic. It would just completely change the design this is based on. So the easements you had, we just wanted to share those with you, like I said, and then there is also a detailed construction staging plan and parking plan for Mr. Silverman, where he parks, and then a construction access around the site, so there's continuing access.
Sorry.
It's actually
Construction started.
it's actually a covered walkway. So it's very nice temporary access up to his property, and I'll show you on the site plan a little bit more. Site conditions, the site, all these steeper graded areas, the one to the north is really from Bill from the home to the north when it was built. You can see how it trails down and really doesn't blend with the natural topography. And then there's a little soil stockpile area here. We think that probably is just a remnant from construction, and then some site grading for parking area that exists there. And then there's an existing walking path to back to parcel B that exists today. The site plan itself, sorry, this is a little busy, shows the access and parking for Mr. Silverman on this side. He also is getting a snow melt boiler system, and as well trash and storage, and that wasn't required by the PUD. That's just something that our clients wanted to provide him. So it's in there, and it's covered by this easement, along with its secondary, the access going back to his property, and then basically it goes up to this landing, and then there's a way back to the property. And those easements are, I believe, non-exclusive. So both the owner can of the parcel A can get in there and maintain and walk on the walkways, as well as Mr. Silver. This driveway was made a little bit bigger, so Rick can do some power moves up the hill in the winter. I guess it's kind of tough to get in there, like you gotta go up and in pretty quick. And so this was really designed working with him and making sure that this worked and he was comfortable with that wide of a driveway design. The exterior materials, if you're familiar with, I'm not going to delve on the elevations or exterior materials unless you had questions. Glad to talk about them a little bit, but a pretty standard material palette. Really didn't see any conditions that were of concern in this. And then, streetwise, looking at the streetscape plan, you can see how the proposed home really fits in even below this kind of the upper taller house and the lower house below, and then the house down on the street. So again, a good fit for the neighborhood and a good fit for the streetscape. And then just a rendering, 3D rendering. You have this in your packet, so just wanted to show that. And then just some concluding comments on that. I already commented some on the setback issue. It's to go down Willow in the winter with a vehicle, you risk your life. I did it once before and I'll never do it again. It's the scariest about it I ever have. But it's something that's there. Most people will go down Gregory and not use Willow Street. And it's on the sunny side. When it melts, you can use it. So it's really a nominal hazard for coming down there and establishing setbacks based on shading. I just haven't seen that before. And I did also want to just let you know that the project narrative was submitted on this back in December, and it had an old image of a rendering that was at that point in time, and the plans evolved during that time. And so that was incorrect, and my apologies. I should have updated that with the hard packet when it came out, but we're kind of in a holding pattern getting the PUD done and everything else. And so that was my bad. And so if you saw that difference in the packet, that's why. So we're here. Do you want to add anything?
No, I think Chris covered everything.
So Tommy or Mike, do you want to hop in?
Yeah, I'm here. I wanted to comment on the setbacks and just reiterate, that we did a lot of work within this PUD, and the setbacks are actually greater on all three sides, I would say, than normal. If you want to pull up the site plan, Chris, I think they're 8.5 side yards. There's a 15-foot rear yard. And, the other factor I think that plays into our scheme and some of the other houses on Willow, they're using those increased setbacks for vehicle storage or parking. So in my mind, it kind of skews some of the setbacks on Upper Willow. And a lot of those houses on Upper Willow are staggering to gain a better view to the south and to the east. So I think there's some other parameters that are driving some of the greater setbacks along the east side. I think what this does do is it encloses one of the parking spaces within our building envelope. So in many ways, we're reducing some of the visual impact that was originally assigned to the PUD by putting one of the spaces in a garage. We've also accommodated the neighbors to the east in a really creative, safe way, expanding his existing. This is really, really best case scenario, I think, for people working together to solve a really tricky PUD. And then architecturally, I think, Chris, if you pull up the east or the rendering or the streetscape, I don't see it. I understand Jana's points and I respect her opinions. I think the offset gable is very appropriate for the hillside. I think it still highlights the scale of the central gable, but then it avoids having some kind of north snow collection area or stepping of the gable. I think it's a good composition, and I think by breaking down the mass to the south, that south shed then relates to the historic brick house on the corner. I also want to point out the historic brick house. The address is actually on Willow, so the setback to Willow is actually the front yard, which is 14 feet to the brick form for that house. So that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, if I could just add, this skylight image is 2.5 by 3 feet.
All of them are the same?
Yes. 2.5 by 3 feet.
Can you show us that one slide that shows on the roof plan? Yeah. Showing the two that are kind of in the same space there, just question.
I think there's one in the bath and I think they were to try to get natural light in those spaces that were under the lower roof, Mark. They're in the upper level, Chris.
There's a roof, yeah. So those are different elevations, on the right there.
Yeah.
2, 3
Yeah.
in a row, but yeah.
They're on different roof planes.
Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, questions for that? I don't have any questions. So we'll hear from the public. I think they're here. Please come up one at a time, introduce yourself, your name, and
Is Martin on the phone? Because I was gonna let him go first
Oh.
because
who is it?
Martin Renfried. Because he's. wants to go to the
No
law
Martin.
or the-
He has his hand raised.
I don't even see it, Martin.
I see Martin Renfrey.
Oh, there he is at the top, Martin. Okay, Martin, if you'd like to go first then, and please, we'd ask 3 minutes or less. Your comments so everybody can speak.
Okay, my concern is that external staircase structure to the north. It seems to me that that's an external structure that's going into the setback there, and I would expect that would require some kind of hardship variance, and it doesn't seem like that applies here. Seems like that's something that's just being done to maximize interior space, which seems like it wouldn't be a reasonable reason to do a variance like that. And it gets it very close to the house above there. And so I think it does have some effects from snow and shade and just closeness to the house perspective. I'm building that house above Andrea's, one more to the north. I purposely pulled that back because that was very close to Andrea's house there on the south side, which had some negative effects, and I purposely pulled that back. So I'm concerned that part of the
Visitor.
Muted, I don't know if he knows it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Martin.
Maybe repeat the last couple minute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I get muted there?
No, it was some feedback, but please restate your last point here or two.
Yeah, I was just saying that, how far did we get here?
We're talking stairway on.
Stairway.
Yeah, so at the end, I was just saying that, I'm building on the north side of Andrea's house there, and I purposely pulled the house back because it was kind of an issue having those houses that close together. And it seems like, it seems like a concern to me that it gets it that close to Andrea's house, and it just doesn't seem like that variance has a hardship reason. It seems like it's just to increase internal living space, which I wouldn't expect to be a good reason for that variance. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to come up?
Thank you, Mark. Okay.
Come up and
Go up to the podium, please.
Well, I agree with Tommy. This is a very tricky PUD. Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Andrea Faust, and I'm the neighbor in between Martin and this project. And I guess Rick is, he's right there too. It's like a foursome. And I just wanted to say that in Tommy's reiteration, he said that there's a 5-foot setback, or there's a 15-foot setback from the back. Well, when they just did that PUD, it changed to a 12.5 with a big bump out. I don't know if you can pull that picture up, Chris.
No,
Would that be okay?
well, we're not supposed to have interaction, but I'll tell you what, since it's reference or comments, I'd like to see
Yeah.
it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
So you can see, and then today at noon, I found out I was looking at actually the last revision, I'm not of the plans, not today's renditions or. anything. But basically, if you could show, just like, can you show where the setbacks are, like the setback slide where it's red, yeah. So do you mind if I just point to this? Basically, the back comes, and this looks to me like this entire thing, if you look in the grid here, it's actually built all the way down to the very back of their setback. It's underneath the grade, underneath their patio here. And so, like in between our houses, like Mark was saying, the 6 feet was really, really difficult, especially north of snow. And so and with Martin, that this stairwell is like a very unnecessary object, because, we're talking about Martin and Lori's comments, how they wanted to move this back further. Well, obviously that's an option, but the sun that comes in between this, there's nothing in between my house and where the setback is 11 feet. So when I bought my house, I was like, I'm gonna have 11 feet in between there, and willow will melt out because the sun comes right up there in the winter, and it's just a very critical melting point in between the two houses. And why could, and it's their only way to get to their 3rd floor, and it just seems like that turns it into an apartment. And why can't they put it on the inside of the house, or have the stairs go on this side where it's south facing, and they could still maybe make a little deck here but not have the stairs, and and not have it feel like it's turning right next to the house where I thought I was gonna have. So because it has like a 1%, a 1 second burn rating, or I don't know what the requirements are. You're gonna have a metal stair. Just because on their plans that they put a bicycle in an office, that's not too bad. That's calling my bell, but I'll talk too much. Thank you very much. I have plenty more to say, but I hope you can respect the difficulty of living on Willow.
Okay,
And trying to keep it melted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other public comment?
Hi, I'm Matthew Allen. I'm an architect and a builder in town. I've been working on Willow the last couple of years, and I thought I knew what that street was going to be like, because I lived on top of Spruce for a few years in the early 90s. And Willow is a beast. I just will say it's such a challenge, as all of you know. And it's really important, but Tommy had a great point that cooperation is required for everyone to just survive on that street. And I've just seen a couple of the neighbors have some distress with the application. So I just wanted to, kind of voice my opinion that I just want to ensure that Rick has safe ingress and egress. Rick's a longtime local. I feel like I've lived here for a long time, and Rick was a longtime local when I moved here. And I think Tommy's done a great job. The roof overhang, I think, was a great solution, and the parking works. But I think he's got a really safe ingress egress right now, but I feel like inevitably it'll be more challenging when this is there. And I do think it needs to be heated. And I just feel like, because Rick's retired, that it'd be great if there could be language that this project provides the safe ingress, not Rick can pay to make safe ingress and egress, regarding paying for an electric bill. And I also feel that it's important that Rick has access for utilities and improvements. And I can tell they're landscaping that portion. I would just hate there to be a situation where, air source heat pumps technology changes and Rick needs to pull a new power feed in and he can't afford to dig into that easement. So possibly they could just throw a 4-pack of conduit when they're running the sewer line out, and then that would serve You know, if Rick needs to pull a new electric service or fiber optic or something, just some more cooperation. And I will say I'm 100% confident that Tommy's going to do a great job. He always does. His team's awesome. I totally understand how difficult it is to work on the hillside, but I also understand the pressure that the architects get from the clients to max everything out. And it's tricky for Rick because old school Telluride, he would have known who was building it, would have been their primary residence. But in this situation, the clients own the building next door. It's not their primary residence. This is just an investment portfolio project, and that's difficult for Rick. And I don't want him to get in a situation where he has to deal with attorneys or something. I just feel like he needs safe ingress egress. If it's not going to be safe as it is now, clients need to fund that. And as far as maxing it out, I totally understand the pressure Tommy's under, but I truly see a lock-off unit. No question, there's a lock-off unit to the north, and possibly that'll be used for exercise equipment, possibly an office, but quite possibly it'll be rented out. And I feel that that's inappropriate on that site, on that hillside. It just really overloads the site and overloads the building. And I feel like if it's not a lock-off, well then get rid of that stair, put that internal, that's really a bit too intrusive to Angie. I know they're showing an 8-foot setback, but it's really not. That access could happen
Okay.
on the east side and really not impact Angie either. You know, it just feels like, but I understand the pressure Tommy's under for sure.
Thank you. We're out of time.
Okay, thank
So thank you. Good points. Yep. Rick, come on up.
I've described as so enfeebled here, I probably should wipe the slide off my lower lip before I begin. But what was referred to here is really of cardinal importance to me. I've tried to do everything I can to help neighbors facilitate their project and move forward. And I have no qualms about the windows or the building materials or any of the particulars of those aesthetics. My worries are as pedestrian and plebeian as could possibly be. I am worried about two things: being able to get in and out of my house to drive up there. The original discussion, previous discussion I had with the representatives for this project showed in contrast to what your photograph, wish I could cite the page, reveals of that parking space dedicated to me, which is then landscape next to it. The understanding was that would just be buffered. The only way I can really get up there most of the time when it's really icy and wintry, and it's that lower portion block that gathers all the ice because of the big tree to the west, is to bank that turn. Don't always have to do it, but that is the way to do it. You simply cannot get stuck betwixt and between on North Willow Street, or it's chaos for everybody all the way down the block. So I would love to see that landscaping not shown as an integral part of the development. But of still greater importance is my concern, predicated by the assumption that there was an 8-foot right-of-way that goes back towards my property to the east, that would enable fire and rescue equipment to be able to access my property. What's happened now is I've really been kind of cut off. This has become so narrow, that walkway, that I don't know how far people get through there. And that alley, it's called an alley, it's not paved or used as such, to the east has now, Tommy has planted trees in there, and there's a, I guess it's called a pipe stem, I'm not sure the terminology, gas line that pops up in the middle there. So I just, it's mere survival. I don't know how I can be assured that I can get equipment in there under emergency situations. That's it. So I would love to see that somehow expanded in width, so that there is some opportunities. Guys can run back through there with a hose or whatever emergency equipment is necessary to access my house under the circumstances that warranted. And I would so too love to see that alley, those legal trees taken out of there, and that fitting, so that if that provides them some means of getting up it, they can get a little bit closer to my house. Otherwise, I feel like I've really become dangerously landlocked. But I have no arguments about aesthetics and all the plans, Godspeed. I hope they're my good neighbors, but
I've got to be able to get in and out of my house and that AJ, I can't keep falling on that hill.
Thank you. Any other public comment? With their hand held? Piper, do you see anybody?
I see that.
No. Okay, well, we have time for rebuttal from the applicant on those specific points of the public comments.
Sure, I'll let Chris address the exterior staircase, but my understanding is that that is an allowed element in those setbacks. But Chris can address that more. As far as who's paying for the easement, the Peacocks are gonna pay for all the installation of a heated and partially covered walkway back to Rick's property, the installation of the boiler, the installation of the new, paved and snow melted parking space. Once that's all done, Rick will have the opportunity to, use that boiler as he sees fit, because they're putting in a separate boiler for him in a specific room on the corner there for him. So they will be paying for all the installation of that access. If you'll note, the original PUD, it is a pedestrian access. It is an 8-foot pedestrian access, and as Chris is showing here, we've got that. There's the covered walkway there, and snow melted walkway right there. But then below that, we also, in working with Rick, agreed to kind of terrace that landscaping to the south side there. So if there's bigger equipment that needs to get through, it is feasible to get through on that aspect. And then I'll just remind you guys too, that we do have signed agreements that, our easements valid that create, all of this, and we had to have that for the PUD amendment that we went through. So we had that in place prior to that PUD amendment going through, and those same easement locations on the PUD are the same as the easements that we had with Rick. And then as far as construction access, we have a construction license agreement with Rick where we've committed to, building the access shown on the mitigation plan, the covered walkway during construction. And, we'll keep his parking space where it currently is for the duration of construction, not obstruct that. We moved porta potties away from that and stuff. So there's not going to be, traffic there on that. So we believe we've really addressed all those things. We spent over a year working with Rick on all of those matters. And so, this has been a very cooperative, long to get to, but cooperative thing. And then, I noted when Matthew said that there's, conduit for electrical, that easement wasn't for utilities, but I'm certain that we can talk to my clients about, is there a way to throw some conduit in there, in the future on that. So, but I think that's between the parties, not really HARC's.
Just the only thing I'll add is this access is so much better for Rick. It's snow melted, it's heated, it's wider, and the fire truck access, they'll park out in the street and they have direct access straight back to his home. So there's great fire access as planned on this route. So
Clarification though, you're installing the infrastructure, but you're not providing the heat. You're saying if he can afford the electric bill.
Sorry,
he can have a safe.
Sorry, Robert's, they won't allow us to have interaction, but.
So thank you, we're done.
But the utilities are to be paid and borne by.
Yeah, and I mean, the easement that Rick signed, it spells all that out. So, I mean.
Who's paying the
I
bill?
wish
I'm just curious, who's paying the gas bill?
Rick would be paying the gas bill, it'd be separately.
Per
metered
usage, yeah,
for
thank
that,
you.
yes, per-
Separate
per
boiler,
easement,
yep.
yeah.
Okay, so, all right. We're ready to deliberate. I have a question for the board. This, the stairway that they called out is, there's no guideline that prevents it, the exterior stairway, right? I mean.
Someone's just looking for it.
And it was, well, I don't know if it was in the.
I think it's a question for John.
Yes, Donna would have caught
Right.
that, told us
She would
all
have
about
caught
it.
it.
Yeah,
I don't know of a design guideline that would prohibit it. It looks like perhaps the stairs could be moved closer to the house. It seems like maybe there's a gap between the facade and the stairs, and maybe you would allow the applicants to address that. But the stairs existing specifically, I don't know that there's a guideline that
Right.
prohibits.
but it could come a couple feet or a foot
Well,
closer.
to me, when I just looked just now and it seems like maybe they could be moved in, it may mess up their,
Sorry, I can't.
their engineering.
I'd like before we deliberate to ask the applicant to comment on that since.
Sure, that's a Tommy question on the stairs. I can tell you, there's been no intent to rent that out as a separate ADU. This was just an owner's.
I know,
desire.
but even the obstructed view, maybe Tommy could just.
Yeah.
Could it
Tommy-
come closer? Before we lose you and deliberate.
Yeah, can we pull up the floor plans, Chris? On that upper level and then maybe look at the 3D. It has been a long process, getting this agreement with Rick. So it's been a year or so since we've looked at this. Mike, do you recall, or let me see do we have a floor plan, Chris?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
At that main level?
Yeah, I'm just asking if the stairs could get closer. There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there, Mark. Let's see. So there's a landing there.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
is it?
Next one shows the. 8, 2,
Is it-
3.
So let me look at the upper
is it
level
falling
plan.
down the stairs?
It would.
Let me look at the upper level plan. All right, and then let me look, I think it was to clear the roof overhang, it looks like. Let me look at the
Mhm.
let me look at that north, or let me look at the east elevation.
Open grades, but.
So you come up, you go to a landing. Where's the east? Okay. Oh, it's just to clear the overhang. Ah, that's interesting. Okay. So, I mean, the space allows the architectural form to be pure, and then this just slides by. We could wrap the eave down, and we could pull the stair in a foot if that's a good compromise for everyone. I don't see that being an issue. Mike, do you see an issue with just wrapping that eave down along the back there? Mike, I can't hear you, buddy.
There, I was muted, trying to get
Oh.
unmuted.
Oh.
No, I don't see a problem with that. I think we're at about 3 feet now from the property line at the edge of the stair. We can go to 4, I think, pretty easily.
Yeah, I think you could add a condition, Mark, that says that, we can study moving that stair in on the north, so it's still functional or something like that.
All right, thank you. I think. Well, what's the dimension of that stair now?
Yeah, what's the width of those stairs?
Well, I'm not
I think
sure.
they're 3.
I hate to be prescriptive off the non-scale drawings, guys, so I make your condition,
We'll consider moving it closer and narrowing.
yeah, maybe that's a good way to do it. And then we can study what the best solution is. I appreciate it, Mark.
All right. Okay. Well, I just brought up something, but now we're officially in deliberation, so no more interaction. So comments about 1 through 7 and discussion we just did.
I'd like to hear what other people are thinking about the number 3. Whether that should be separate roof. From the main gable.
I think it would help if there was a little bit more distance and articulation in that step, but I don't feel strongly about it.
Are you talking?
Number 3.
Yeah, but he's talking about on the north side, where it continues now.
Yeah, so there's looks like it's 2 feet, 30 inches of relief from that front facing gable form. So if there was a little bit more articulation, I think it would help the architecture, but I don't have a strong opinion about it.
I kind of bought the argument that with the shorter shed roof on the opposite side, as I was listening to the architect, came to the conclusion, maybe I was okay with it, but I can go either way. Who believes we should break it up per staff's recommendation? And I'm not sure.
I don't have a problem with it either.
I don't either. I'm okay striking.
Okay, and-
Wanted to raise the issue.
All right.
I'm fine striking it.
Okay. But 1 through 7, the rest of them, what about the skylights, which are not in here?
I feel like they could eliminate one on the northeast section where you have 2 on the same roof. I know they serve different spaces, but that that upper space has a sizable south facing dormer. It's got a east facing window, and then it's got a north facing skylight. So I don't want to be prescriptive to say they remove, give which one to remove, but I think it would be nice to remove one of those skylights. And just while I'm talking, I do think that the idea of sliding that stair closer to the house, possibly reducing the width of the stair, possible via code, and having that roof form follow would help. The only thing about this design that sort of bugs me a little bit is the long northern gable. And if that is reduced, I think it will reduce the overall mass scale.
Everybody agree with that? Stairway,
Yes.
I think it's an and provision. If it's reduced the width and pull tighter the house with respect to adjustment of the roof. We didn't say how many inches, but that's leave them. We need the latitude for the design study to figure it out. We can't figure it out. How many inches?
So you got a good language there.
Yeah. For a friendly amendment.
And just to kind of get ahead of this, if they reduce that overhang of that small roof that's coming to the stairs, if that's just a really minimal overhang, are we going to be fine with that? Just as a board to come back, there's almost no overhang there. I'm fine with that small piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other points? Okay. You want me to try or somebody want to try?
You got it all written
Oh,
out.
Well,
No, I don't have it all written down.
You're loud.
At all.
Okay.
All right, well, you can see all this blue.
Oh,
scribble.
perfect.
I'll try it.
I'll take the skylight if somebody wants to take that.
Welcome to friendly. Well, I think
got
I
it?
even
Okay,
have
good.
it, but we'll see. I'll open the friendly amendment. So I move to approve the proposed small scale new construction of 306 North Willow Parcel A Larson PUD 30 block 37, town of Telluride, based on the findings of the staff memo dated July 19th, 2023, with the following conditions. 1 and 2 is written. Strike number 3. Number 4 would say remove 1 skylight on the north side of the house. Period. Per TH 27D3. And 5 and 6 as written. 7 as written. Number 8, even though we eliminated number 3, but number 8, reduce the width of the stairs, exterior stairs on the north side, and pull tighter the house while adjusting that corner roof eave accordingly, period. Revised plans incorporating the conditions of, or excuse me, this motion is based on evidence testimony provided a public hearing held on July 19th, 2023. No such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. We have a second.
Second.
Friendly amendments.
I would like to propose one. I'm not quite sure how to word it, but somehow to have that northern gable form sort of follow the stair as it moves back. Does that make sense to you guys? Or do you agree with that?
With the form.
So this northern gable roof that's sort of covering the stairs, if that was to be moved back, reduced in its.
Oh,
Slide it back accordingly. The stairs.
So slide it back accordingly to follow the stairs. You want to word that in the friendly amendment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to say one thing.
No, no.
Yep, so. So we have a number 8, reduce the width of the stairs and pull it back tighter with respect to adjusting the roof eave on the north side. You want to add another sentence to that?
Yeah, I'm actually not quite sure how to phrase it. If anybody else wants to.
I think we just said just and pull the roof
Accordingly.
over the stair back.
Sure, okay. So my friendly amendment would be to add the sentence. Have the roof pull back.
North side over the stairs.
have the roof pull back the same amount as the stair change.
On the north side of the house.
I think we're already talking about.
Okay, we're already in that bucket. Okay,
Do
I'll
you-
accept that.
Do you understand that?
Would you please restate that?
Sure.
I have the roof pull back the same amount as the stair change?
Yes. That's not a great way to say.
And I just want to make sure the applicants are following.
Yes.
Thank
Should we say roof gable? No, they know what they know what they're doing. Okay. Well, I'll accept that.
Okay,
So,
you have to say.
okay, let's vote.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Chris, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, our last public hearing before our work session is the continuation of 577 West Columbia, continued without discussion from June 21st. Three, it's consideration of a small residential district which will contain more than 2,500 square foot of Floria Pro 7023B1A1. It's an insubstantial scale demolition of a non-designated structure per 7203B1C2. And it's an insubstantial scale demolition of a non-designated structure per 7203B1C2. Legal description, Block AR, Block 10, West Tyrone Edition at 160 North Davis, Residential Zone District, owner Telluride 577 Telluride LLC, applicant Stephanie Halfin and Chris Papar, staff member Erica Jensen, and
Introducing myself.
Chris Papar just, excuse,
For what reason?
she's the part of the.
Well, you know.
It has to be stated for the record.
Yeah, I obviously know. Thank you.
I'm part of the.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right, we ready?
yes,
Let's do it. Okay, this is the final small scale review at 160 North Davis. We received public comment from Cornet Falls Subdivision HOA. Did everyone have time to review those public comments?
yes.
Great. So this project is located in the residential zone district in east-west treatment area, as well as the River Park Corridor overlay, which means special care needs to be given to certain aspects of the project like light spill and the wetlands. This project is located next to 577 West Columbia, which was reviewed last month and continued to August. The proposal is for the demolition of two non-designated structures and the new construction of a primary structure. There are 16 proposed conditions, and since staff is recommending this project be continued, I am not going to go through all the conditions. Rather, I'm going to touch on a few of the main issues that many of the conditions revolve around. So one of the main concerns is front setbacks. The applicant is proposing a front setback of 7.2. The front setback in the residential zone district per the land use code is 15 feet or the average of the block. Unless modified by HARC, it shall not be less than 5 feet. In the last meeting regarding 577 West Columbia, HARC asked for a study of the front setbacks in the area so they could better determine what was appropriate for this project and the neighboring project. Since this house fronts on Davis, this is the lot in question in red. Since this house fronts on Davis and all the residential houses across the street front on Davis, staff is considering this the context and using these front setbacks to determine the average. The guidelines under relationship to site context speak to respecting the traditional context of the community and neighborhood. While the houses across the street may be in a different treatment area, they still should be taken into account as the guidelines speak to respecting the traditional context of the community. And in this case, all the houses on east and west side of Davis relate to one another. The front setbacks in this area tend to vary, which is why the average of the houses on the east and west side of Davis should be used. The point of using the average is to maintain a pattern of appropriate front setbacks. Only using 260 North Davis, which is to the north, as the context of the block is not appropriate, as this does not provide proper context and ignores the residential structures across the street. Per staff's measurements, the average front setback on the east and west sides of Davis is around 10.7 feet. The traditional context of the adjacent community is impacted by the proposed front setback of 7 feet 2 inches, and it also increased the mass and scale from Davis Street and detracts from the pedestrian scale. The front setback to this project should be the average of the east and west side of Davis, which is around 10.7 feet. It should also be noted that both 160 North Davis and 577 West Columbia will have major impacts on the average front setback, meaning these decisions define the context of the area and should have major consideration. One of the other main issues is mass and scale. The shed roof forms on the north facade, which are very visible from the street, increase the width of the front facade and make it appear wider than what was seen historically. And this increased mass does not make it compatible with the historic mass and scale of Telluride. This lot is 33 feet wide, but it has the same setbacks, side yard setbacks as a 25-foot lot. So it is wider, but I think the proportions and the roof slopes do make it look so much wider than a traditional home. The north elevation is located next to an alley, and the guidelines speak to stepping down to the alley. Some stepping down is achieved with the shed roof forms, but the second story northwest corner cantilevers over the first level, increasing the mass at the alley. This level, this area right here cantilevers over the first level on the alley elevation. The shallow roof pitches also make the building appear wider. The guidelines also speak to maintaining traditional forms to what was seen historically. Normally, simple roof forms were seen typically gable forms. And while there is a main gable form on the north side of the roof and the north facade, there are several intersecting forms and styles that create a complicated appearance that is not sympathetic to the traditional simple forms of Telluride. And the shallow 412 pitch on the north and east side of the main gable is also untraditional and is used in a large area of the roof. This pitch should be adjusted to be at least 812. As previously stated, the change in the pitch would also help with the mass and scale of the project. Another concern is the river park corridor / wetlands. Cornet Creek flows directly through this lot, meaning that the river park corridor overlay design standards apply. There are concerns about the size of the second level deck as it extends far beyond the footprint of the patio below into the wetland setbacks. And there are also concerns about the location of the hot tub. It is located almost directly abutting the absolute 5-foot wetland setback. And there are other areas on the site that would accommodate the placement of a hot tub and would be less intrusive to the natural habitat of Cornet Creek. Lastly, just something for you to discuss, the railings on the second level decks are not completely solid. Normally, HARC would like to see a mix of transparent and solid as to not increase the mass and scale. But since this facade faces the rear of the lot, completely solid deck railings may be appropriate. These are the conditions. Since writing the memo, staff did notice that bicycle parking was indicated, so condition 14 has been struck. Because of the number of conditions and the concerns over the front setback and the mass and scale, staff is recommending continuation of this project. If continued, this project would be reviewed alongside the neighboring development 577 West Columbia at the August 16th HARC meeting. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the project or specific conditions before we hear from the applicant.
I have a couple
Yeah.
of questions. So Eric, I understand the logic to use the properties across the other side for Davis for the setbacks, but if doesn't the design guidelines speak to the block itself? So block 10.
The design guidelines speak to block or context.
Okay.
So
And just to jump
Yeah.
ahead, just glancing on a Google map, it looks like if you looked at the front setbacks of block 10, they're all around 10, they're 15 feet or greater. Did you guys look at that at all?
I didn't, because I don't think it, you could go all the way to the other side of block 10, and that has no relation to this site.
Okay.
And I think what's more important is the context versus the block as a whole, because it just, as a pedestrian, if I was walking on the other side of block 10 and then I come over to Davis Street, there's really no relation. But the guidelines do speak to being able to use the context of the neighborhood, which is what we're using.
And I don't disagree with
Yeah.
what you guys did. I think I'm trying to make the point that if you really looked at the block.
Yes.
It would,
Oh.
these setbacks would, the average setbacks would probably be greater than what you defined. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The questions? So we're gonna strike 14.
Yes.
And let the rest stand, and I think we're ready to hear from the applicant. Okay.
Hi, good evening. How are you? Stephanie Halpin. I'm here with Chris and Chris presenting the project. Let me share my screen so I can. Hold on, okay. So as Erica stated, there are quite a few conditions. We're going to go over them all fairly quickly, but specifically the two most important ones. A lot of them I can deal directly with Erica since we're do the continuance, but I do want to get your feedback if possible. So, sorry, 1 second. For some reason, the keyboard is not responding. Hold on. Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. There's something going on with the keyboard. Okay, here we go. I'm doing it with the mouse. All right. So specifically, we'll address condition 1 and 2, and then the rest of the conditions as well in more detail. So for context, yes. So the house is in the same block as 260 North Davis and 577 West Columbia. It's a fairly, I would say, short block, specifically because the two houses next to it are fairly long. Then, so just for context, again, this is the original survey. This is where the existing house is located. Then planning and zoning approved moving the lot line to create a 33-foot lot, white lot, because of the Corner Creek really creates a hardship on the 577. So that way it'll help a little bit with the performance there. So this would be the new survey. So these are some views of the lot. There are a few things that are of the project. Sorry, a few things to be considered that are important, and that the project is on the flood zone, so that creates a little bit of more of a complication to design the project. The height difference between the street and the first level, it's quite a lot. Also, Corner Creek running through the lot as well. Also, there's another element that Public Works would only allow locating the garage in the entrance to the garage to the alley. They wouldn't allow it through Davis. So locating the garage towards the back would really not be appropriate in preserving the natural resources to the side. So we decided to locate it towards the front, and that is the reason why we needed the 33 feet in the width in order to actually have enough space to fit in the car and then also create the entrance of the house, the front door. And as I mentioned, that the project is located on the flood zone. So just going quickly through the project, and you already went through it, but side plan, we have the setbacks to the sides and the rear that are compliant. And then there's the discussion in regards to how we calculate the front setback. The reason, and Chris will go over the setback in more detail, so I won't get into that at the moment. Here's the streetscape, and particularly 260 North Davis, and it actually has the entrance on Davis as well. It actually has a front setback of 5 feet on some of the volumes, but others, it's particularly the ones that are close to our property, they're actually 7 feet 2 inches. So that's how we got the measurement. Here's some detail on the height considerations, area calculations, the floor plan. So here in particular, this is what I mentioned about entering the garage and having enough space to be able to walk into the house. In regards to, well, second floor and then the roof plan, in regards to what Erica was mentioning in regards to the volume that hangs, or that I would say that cantilevers over the first floor, we're trying to play a little bit with how to fit some things in and be able to accommodate some functions. So the house actually does not take advantage of the full width of the lot on the first floor or on the second floor. So that's why the volume is actually cantilevering in that area. In this particular, and you can see, and I'll show you better in the other properties. So in the other rendering, sorry. What we did was study a little bit of the context that's around and just to get an idea of what was there near the property, also near the historical district as well. We looked into some elements that they did to play with the volumes and create movement and different design elements. Sorry, so this basically are all the houses that are located in West Galena. Then over here, this is West Galena, but towards the south. So this is basically what it's there, that it's very, very near the historical area. This is the volume. This house, 260 North Davis, recently went through a remodeling process, and they added this volume in particular, which is in the corner. And then this is the view to the alley, to what's there towards the alley, towards the north side. So garage and something I forgot to mention, sorry, is that a lot of these homes as well, they also have a 33-foot frontage, and most of them really take up the whole width of the lot in general. Then over here, basically what we did was, and this is part of what we've been studying in regards to the front facade and to better relate to historic proportions. One of the things that we actually wanted to do was not use the full 33 feet of frontage, but actually just create this shed element to be able to have access to the garage. But the 2-story structure is actually only about 20 feet wide, which it's much less than we could have gone up to 27 feet, more or less. In this particular, also important to show that even though the facade of 260 North Davis is the frontage, so it's a 117.5 frontage lot, but the house is itself, it's a 66 1.5 inches. So it's a very wide facade. So again, we're trying to play with what we have in the frontage of the lot and what's there, what the pedestrian would see while walking through that area. So we also, in this particular case, not only this element, it's 1-story high, it has a shed roof, but it's also set back about 1.5 feet in order to, again, give some importance to the front facade, being the proportions that, looking at smaller proportions, I would say. Then here you can see as well, and then an idea that came along while I was talking to Chris was actually putting a tree, a very nice spruce tree there. So that way it also helps to block a little bit of the shade and help give a nicer proportion, if that would help. And then, so that's discussing condition number 1. So now this would be condition number 2 that Chris will talk to it.
Not sure how I got 3 items on one hearing, but I did. So, in terms of the front setback, again, this is just per the zoning code. It's 15 feet or the average setback of the block in which the parcel lies unless modified by HARC. We're not less than 5 feet. If you look at the land use code definition of setback that's on the next slide, or sorry, block, Next slide, please. Can you move the slide?
Sorry, Chris.
Thank you. This is actually a defined term in the code, and this is one thing that we relied on in the past because we had lots of conversations about this. Block means a unit of land bounded by streets or a combination of streets, alleys, transportation routes such as railroad rights of way or other physical barriers. Next slide, please. And for 160 North Davis, the block is literally block 10, West Telluride Edition. And that's historically, at least how, when I'm working with applicants or when I was working for the town, would look at setbacks. You look typically at the block face, which is a defined term of the code, but it's never used in the code, which is, you know, in this case, she's already shown you the setbacks between Columbia and Galena and on those sides. So it really doesn't start looking at across the street. And I know there's been instances where we have used those in the past, but for a framework, at least of what the code has, the block is the block. Next slide, please. So the proposed front yard setback, 7 feet 2 inches, is based on the average of this block. So we've got 7'1" for 260 and 7'2" here. I wanted to look a little bit bigger than this, so I looked at the whole block in terms of the corner lots too. And so the next slide, please. And so these two corner lots over on Townsend and Galena and Townsend and Columbia. So we've got 501 West Columbia and 237 North Townsend. The side setback for 501 West Columbia is less than 2 feet. It's non-conforming. It's literally, I pulled the permit plans. It's just right there. It's weird. And then for 237 North Townsend, it's the front is onto Townsend Street, the side is onto Galena, and it's a 5-foot setback onto there. So for the context of that block, and if you look at what's proposed, it's generally in conformance with the block. I respect you're looking at the streetscape, and I get it, but from the code perspective, at least the dimensional standards, it says block. Next standard slide, please. So again, just looking at the block face, we already talked about the conforms. Next slide, please. Again, the west side of Davis too, it's a little bit tricky to use that for several different reasons. One, it's not the same block. Two, it's in a different zone district. The accommodations too. And then three, it's in the PUD. It's in the Tomboy Lodge PUD. So it's a very different animal, in my opinion, than the rest of just looking across the street. But what's weird about the property for these site plans, everything to the east is in HR, and everything to the west is in this residential or this weird treatment area. I don't understand why the line was put there myself. So it's a little bit of an odd duck out. Next slide, please. The other thing you should think of with the setback, having 7 feet versus 10 feet, it keeps that structure further away from Cornet Creek. Approving the property's setbacks helps provide a little bit of a better wetland buffer. It moves the structure a little bit further out of the floodway. It's not going to help if it's really raging, but it does help. It also helps a little bit with RPC treatment area. Next slide, please. So the condition 2 is drafted. Again, you have the pedestrian scale. And again, we think that's met on the standard visual interest on the side. It steps down on the front street. The stairs and those, the right angle like this, it's due, and I was talking to Stephanie about this, it's due to Cornet Creek floodplain where you start at the highest grade, which is at the back of the lot. And this is a +1 zone, so you have to have 2 feet up and then you come straight out to the street. So the living level is already really high up and you have to get these stairs down. And you can't do it in a straight run because of just, you have to design stairs. So pedestrian scale is provided on this front. You have to step down to the deck, to step down to the stairs, and landscaping. Next slide, please. So the hierarchy exists along the street. Again, we're just looking on this one side. She's already shown you this slide. We feel it's been met in terms of how people perceive it on this side. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And then under EWT 14 intro, I just wanted to note the natural conditions may influence setback as well. Steep hillsides, river, creek edges, and wetlands are example of natural cycling periods that may require special setback consideration. So you have a little bit of guidance there. Next slide, please. In terms of this, again, this is just showing the wetland setback in the 5 feet and trying to keep that further away. Next slide, please. The maintain EWT 14A and maintain the pattern and alignment of building fronts in the treatment area. Again, we think it meets the standards. In this case, it's quite clear that there's a characteristic setback for this block. There's also special in terms of the considerations looking at the creek setback as well too. Next slide, please.
That's the last one.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we just want to give a little context for that. I respect there's still treatment area considerations that you have to weigh with setbacks and things like that, but adding 3 feet to this just seems, if you're truly looking at the block, what's proposed. So thank you.
We've got probably less than 10 minutes left. I guess what we'd love to hear is on 3 through 16, do you intend to comply?
Yes, I wanted to go over those 3 to 16, so I'm gonna put the rendering so you can see it. So 3, revise the north facade and roof to contain simpler intersection forms. So I believe that the north facade actually, it's not a complicated roof forms, but I do want some, and I don't mind making a revision at all. I just want to get some guidance in regards to how much, because the reason is, the reality is that if we were to reduce this volume that comes out, it's basically if we're not able to create that shed dormer, basically, then we wouldn't be able to use that space at all, and that area would be reduced dramatically. So I do want some feedback in regards to that. Then number 4, revise the northeast corner to better step down to the alley. It's again same situation. As you can see, it would be eliminating this whole area of the house. That again, I'm not sure if that's the correct way to go, but again, some guidance in regards to that. Then number 5, revise David Street first level windows. Yes, that's not a problem. We will work on revising that. Revise the 4 and number 6 conditions are revise 4 and 12 pitches to be at least 8 and 12. And again, same situation. I do believe that we should be allowed to have some shed dormers that are 4 on 12. So just trying, because again, there's some certain places in which if we don't have that, then we can place certain things. Look, and I'll give you an example. In the 2nd floor, the kitchen over here, if we're not allowed to have a roof that it's 4 on 12, then we cannot fit any cabinets there, because the height in that point is 6.5 feet high. So again, the need for those 4 and 12 shed dormers is important. Then number 7 is to better define the entrance. And that's, I believe that based on the height difference, there's a huge height difference between the street and the house. We're trying to make those stairs, and that actually goes along basically the same comment that is the walkway, which is 9. So 7, 9. One is the stairs that has to be like straight, but there's so many steps to be able to walk up the house that I don't feel it's very comfortable at all to have them all straight up to the entrance to the front of the house. So we do need the space to be able to accommodate all those steps. And you can see here in the floor plan that we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's like 15 steps. So it's not comfortable, especially in the winter, ice and everything, to walk straight down. We don't. So for us, this was the best solution that we were able to come up with, and I think it's aesthetically nice. Then number 8 says revise the retaining wall to be 30 inches. And I wanted to explain that. So this over here, this element over here is actually 30 inches. However, with the steps, it starts going up. So the idea is to have some planting here, so you would hide the steps behind it, so you would see the 30 inches. And if you actually see the photo, let me show you real quick of what's going on in 260 North Davis. You can see the slope that it's getting to in this situation with the dirt, I would say, at the moment. And then ours is even higher because it slopes lower. We have even more steps than that. So we do need to come up with some sort of solution in which we can compensate, and then to compensate the height. Then after that, from 10 to 16, we will comply. So 10, moving the hot tub, we can move it. We thought that we were far away, so we're still at 7 feet from Corner Creek, but we don't mind accommodating and moving the hot tub. Then also reducing the size of the second level deck. Number 12, replace the sconces. We will replace the sconces, install snow guards, which is 13. 14 was scratched. 15, clearly mark the location of utilities, and then revise the trash enclosure to open. It actually opens, but you can see it here in the elevation, but we'll specify it better. So from 10 to 16, we are in total agreement, and we'll move that. So I believe that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Questions for the applicant? No question.
I have one. Chris, you showed us a couple of cherry picked examples from block 10. Did you have a chance to go and look at the average setback of all of those structures?
No, we didn't at this point in time. We could certainly do that. But we are trying to look a little bit more like this is on an alley side. So it's got some of those characteristics of, being a corner type lot. But for the streetscape, more importantly, it's like that block face between the two streets and for the character defining feature of the street on one side, at least. But yeah, cherry pick, that's a good word. Yeah. So
Okay, just wondering. I'm kind of curious if my read is that you probably find the average setbacks are greater than 15 feet, but if you might not. So I help your cause.
you very well could when it's on a normal lot like that. It's just the unique situation of these lots, and the mere fact of having one small lot next to a big lot, too, and it's on an alley like this. It's like a small mini corner lot on the alley.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
Can I interject before public comment?
Sure.
So this isn't a corner lot. So we shouldn't be using the corner lots on the other side of the block. We shouldn't be using those numbers to provide context to this lot. This is definitely not a corner lot. And both those structures that Chris used are rated structures. So they do have minimal setbacks because they have been there since the period of significance. So 260 North Davis, the front setback is actually on the alley. So the Davis facade is the length of the house and not the width of the house. So the width of the house is much less than that 66 feet. That's the length of the house. So that's all.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I say something?
Yes, we're still with you.
So, sorry, and I mistaken width for length. Sorry, that's a lost in translation. So the reason Chris and I discussed corner lots, and just for clarification, it's because this, even though we're discussing 160 North Davis at the moment, and you can easily see that probably with this particular project, if we push the front setback a little bit, it really doesn't affect much. With the corner lot with 577, and as Erica mentioned at the beginning, that this would determine basically how we calculate both properties. It does affect dramatically because it gets much closer to Corner Creek. So, and that's important to mention because again, in this particular case, and when you see the survey, I'm sorry, the site plan, you can say, well, it's not really a big deal if you push the house 2 feet but on the other project, and again, we're trying to establish the length of the whole, I would say the streetscape in that block. it does get extremely close to Corner Creek because we don't have enough space. So that's why Chris and I studied both corners in general, because in this particular case, this house, even though, it doesn't have any, I would say, houses that have fronts in that particular street. However, the pedestrian is going to walk through that street regardless if it's the side, a secondary front, or the main front of the houses that are there. So that's why we're studying throughout all the projects to all the corners and to see what would make sense for the project specifically because of the fact that we are very close to Corner Creek. And the corner, and I don't have the plan here, but the corner, it's very, the front of 577, it's much thinner, tighter. So it gets closer to Corner Creek. So if we push the house 3 feet, it really gets very close. So that's why we're discussing both. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. And Chris, this for you, I saw 7 slides on setbacks and I understood and I saw some new things, but the hot tub was within 7 feet and now you're going to push that back up on the deck somewhere. So I'm trying to really figure out the impact of 7 or 3 foot further towards the creek. It just didn't. Now you're gonna. I mean, I didn't see any severe impact to the house, but 3 feet, 36 inches.
Yeah, in the end, the design architect would know the impacts better than I, but
Yeah.
she just asked me about, how do you typically look at setbacks on a
Right.
block versus across the street? Because what's driving the setbacks on this are the setbacks on the west side of Davis more than anything else. And that's the part where I think it's certainly outside the dimensional standards of the code, but probably falls within the design guidelines concerning.
Okay.
setbacks.
Well, we'll deliberate that. Any other questions? Board, any follow-up questions? Okay. Well, let's hear from the public. I know several people here, so please come up, state your name and if you could, 3 minutes, please, or less.
Way to fill it up. I'm Mike Tyler, live across the street. So 30 years ago, when HARC reviewed our property that is not in the Tomboy, it is separated and subdivided. They wanted it, well, we were going to build condos, but we negotiated through the neighborhood and the town doing a residential development to be a buffer between the Tomboy Lodge and the rest of the town in view of trying to make it a positive context and relationship. So that's how that developed, if you will. So there's every reason to consider the east and west side of Davis as such. And if you really go in depth, and Eric did a great job of measuring that, I measured it as well. If you go in depth, the average setback on the west side of Davis is 15 feet, given that, even the unit out on the Tomboy is like 12 feet, that's 10 feet, and then it's set back 19 feet for the other 30 feet. And all the components that we've used as suggested in HARC guidelines that haven't changed that much in 30 years, with the bays and the positive, negative, positive open spaces on decks, everything else are employed to have those irregular, nice residential type feelings and whatever. And to ignore that, we think it's appropriate. And as the memo says, or as determined by HARC. So our neighborhood is relying on HARC to determine what makes sense. And the other thing is, I guess specifically on the design, I've seen better, more attractive apartment walk-ups in the rear when you have these massive steps going north to south. And then the resulting, whatever it is, 6-foot ultimate retaining wall. And I just think it's totally inappropriate and unattractive. I don't know, is that 3 minutes?
No,
You're
you got
looking
20
long.
seconds. Thank you.
So, but anyway, I'm sure Rick will say something better.
Hi, I'm Rick Underwood. I live right across the street from this development. In regards to the setback, my concerns would be that the house to the north that they're using for the 7.5 foot back was granted a waiver in the late 70s, early 80s. I don't think that those would be appropriate in today's consideration for the design. I also think that by setting the house back further, you would deal with some of the issues of the staircase and the retaining wall. I think that those issues could be reduced and eliminated by pushing the house back 3 feet. The other issues in terms of that HARC has brought up, that was sort of slipped in on this thing that we weren't aware of, is that the property line was moved. Well, perhaps if the property wasn't reduced to 33, was a little wider, they could take care of some of the space issues and some of the roof issues that we're dealing with. So those are my concerns. And aesthetically wise, I don't think it fits in the neighborhood. The rest of the neighborhood is very Victorian in stature and look, or if not Victorian in that vein. This house doesn't seem to have an aesthetic that matches the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Ann.
I'm in Brady. I have we live across the street in our little houses that someone said at the last meeting that said, well, I've got two lots. And I said, well, that, I didn't know whether to genuflex or to bow, but you know, we're a simple street. We're not Townsend. We're very short. We're very small. And we don't mind the school buses, but we would mind a very, very major structure on what is a lovely lot to us. And I just approve of all that the staff has done. They've done a marvelous job in identifying those things that were not part of the neighborhood or the type of construction that we want to see. So thank you, staff. Thank you, HARC, for the hard work. And thank you for letting us express ourselves. I know you must have it up to here. I sat in that chair and know what it's like. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody raising their hand electronically? Piper, do you see?
I see none.
I did, okay. So chance for rebuttal and final comment from the applicant. Stephanie?
Well, basically we're doing our best to create a design that maybe fits within the neighborhood and the style that it's, again, this is not historical, but it's near. We're trying to keep with the proportions as much as possible. We're only using, and you can see that in the front facade and the width of the front facade. We're using just the elements of the shed roof in order to create some height situations that are really, really affected by the issue with the floodplain. So again, it gets reduced because your height measurement does not move along. So you get squished, I would say, in the height. So that's why we're trying to create those elements of shed roof. In this particular case, actually, I just saw that the northeast corner, this could be aligned with the bottom part because it cantilevers just a little bit. So this could be aligned and not cantilevering. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
So Stephanie, it's Chris speaking. I think since we are continuing this project, that we should really focus on the setback issue. This will be the large determination for both projects coming through in August.
And the front, sorry, and the front facade. the width of the front facade. I think it's important. as
Number
well.
2.
Yeah.
And I would love to get your opinion on the rest. I mean, but again, those are the two major ones.
All right. Well, thank you. I think we're ready to deliberate here. You want to tackle the elephant in the room first in our deliberations and just take a straw poll, see where we are here.
I think so. In this particular case, a lot of these conditions are very interrelated, more so even than they usually are. If you address one of them, you either exacerbate or alleviate one of the other ones or two. So most of the keys to the other conditions are held within number 2. So we've got to address it head on. And, you know, this is a very perplexing, maybe as perplexing a consideration as I've had in a while. And one of the reasons why is I've got 2 opinions from 2 people whose opinions I value, which are opposed. Erica's contention that the context, is important, certainly speaks to me. I think as you walk up a street, you certainly don't only pay attention to one side of the street or the other. We do run into this in various places through town where it's one zone district on one side and a different zone district than the other. We've run into it more recently down in the depot where it's accommodations on one side of the alley and it's residential on the other side. And so it creates challenge, it's challenging to craft that argument. And I think Erica did a really good job with that. And the public comment spoke to that very eloquently as well, I thought. Initially I was being very swayed though by the block argument. I think it's troubling sometimes when a project is forced to adhere to a different zone district that it's not in. And in this case, I think there's just frankly incomplete information. We're basing a whole front yard setback back off of a completely different condition. It's more of the side. It's a corner lot, but it's treated as a side yard, right, north of this project. So to pick 7'2" based on one example has been problematic. It was problematic to me, the project that was continued previously. Anyway, I hope I've expressed my stress over condition number 2. I heard both sides. I agree with aspects of both sides. This is a tough one for me.
But you've not landed on it.
Well, at first I thought I was going to go block, and then the context argument really started to sink in.
You want to solve a comment and then come back?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sharing publicly.
Okay.
That I'm trying to listen to both sides. A lot of times you come to these, you've already considered it. We all read the packet. We already kind of know what we're going to do. In this case, both arguments that were put forth have spoken to me in the public comment more so than perhaps other times. It really struck a chord as well. So this is a tough one.
All right, Matt.
Do you want me to talk about the setback or?
I think we should start with that.
Sure. I think Erica's determination of the average setback by shifting to the context of the street is quite generous. And I think it's appropriate. I think if they look to the average of the actual block, it's going to be much more restrictive. So I would stick with what staff recommends for that setback.
I'm good with the 10 feet. I think the 15 feet, as you just expressed, nearby is, I don't know, generous, but I think it's certainly appropriate and somewhat. That's just my belief after listening, and there were, as Stacy said, valid points by everybody. But see what you guys think. And
I agree. I think that around the 10-foot mark would be better. 15 feet, I think you're going to eliminate the house because of the creek in the back and the setbacks from that. You won't have much left. So I think a reasonable setback would be 10. I've walked up there and I think, right now you don't see much because there's that house that's set back and it's small. And it's gonna really change the look of the street. And I'm happy that we do continue this, that we're seeing both of them at the same time.
I almost disagree. I think having to kind of not consider them together, but combine them in some ways, sometimes, I mean, one of the reasons the applicant wants this one to be 7.2 is that the one to the south can be 7'2" as well. And the south one is the one that really starts to get wedged in between Cornet Creek. That's where this really matters. So in a way, this is, it's self-fulfilling precedent here. Or
And they're setting the property line, so they're giving themselves the restriction on this. They could give more land to this particular lot. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for moving it back is going to make it a smaller house.
Can I comment really quickly?
Can we hear from?
Oh,
Andy
yeah.
first?
No, that's fine. I'm in agreement, Matt,
Okay.
what he said about setback and staff's findings.
I was just gonna say, I think if you do keep condition 2, it should be reworded to say exactly what you want the front
Right.
setback to be.
I've made that note.
Okay, great.
I wrote it down.
Well, we have a majority that thinks it's 10 foot. I mean, she said 10'7", around 10 feet. I don't know. But seems like 10'7". If it's the average, then there's logic in saying that's what it is. And as far as moving that other property line, yeah, that's. Is that? I guess staff recommended we hear them both at once, but. Is that logical? I guess.
Well, it's reasonable to hear them both together. They're, yeah.
I think a lot of the conditions from both of them are similar. And we'll see how they respond to on both houses.
Yeah.
Because we have similar conditions on both of them. That were addressed in both the sets of conditions.
And so we're striking 14, but 1 through 16. Any other comments on those? I'd ask about number 6. I saw the kitchen example that you can't even put kitchen cabinets in, but then again, 812 is more traditional in the neighborhood. So I guess we have to go by the guideline, but is there anybody architecturally maybe see a recommendation of them?
Well,
can get them through that.
I wrote down, I started by saying that so many of these conditions are interrelated, right? Number 3 speaks to traditional proportions. I think one of the reasons why we don't see the traditional proportion here that we want to see is because of those shallower roof pitches. Revising condition number 6 will alleviate number 3. And in turn will also alleviate number 1. The width of the front facade the house will seem more vertical.
Yeah.
So I think, the number 6 is key as well.
I'd like to make a comment. I guess I would say that I feel this project is substantially incompliant with the intent of design guidelines. Like there's a lot incompliant. I think there's a lot of work to be done to make the architecture and mass and scale comply with the intent of the guidelines. I think they're all interrelated. I don't think it makes much sense for us to sort of pick through each one of these. I agree with all staff's comments. I think Stephanie now has a great team, talented and experienced team that could help guide the design to be compliant with the design guidelines. And so I wouldn't really want to pick apart all these, just say we agree with staff's conditions.
Okay, let me ask about number 17.
What's number 17? Oh.
Stair rail. It said we have a guideline that supports, I mean, traditionally, we've been going with the semi-perforated, more solid. Not the stair rail, but deck railing. Does anybody share that concern and want to find a guideline?
I think there's so many things that need to change about this design. I'm not prepared to nitpick on small things like that. That's my.
I agree.
Well, anyway, here's, even if it's not in the motion, here's about Chris and Chris know about what we've been approving very well on deck railings, so. We'll just look for that in the revised design, so. Okay, well then, if we're gonna strike 14 and the rest are. Stay. I think we're ready.
Well, I do want to just, in the interest of providing the applicant as much feedback as possible. And I know we've got a work session after this and it's 8:30, but that's fine, we're fine. Number 9, revise the walkway to be perpendicular to the house. I don't think it's going to be impossible to be entirely perpendicular. I think. The rear yard setback, which has been increased by the wetlands setback, allows for some more flexibility with that guideline regarding the walkway. I feel like 9 could be.
In fact, you have to raise the house up so much in the front because of getting all the steps in there.
9 could be softened.
Yeah.
I think the rear deck is so large that it needs to be substantially reduced, and that could then allow the house to go even further back. I'm sure they would do that, but there's opportunities to do what Eric has suggested.
Yes.
So, yeah, the rear deck, which is not in any of the condition, oh, no, it is, yes, yeah, it is, okay. Okay, well, who wants to make the motion and including any
Did we,
softening in number
before
9?
we do that, did we decide to give them a number for number 2?
Well, straw poll, I proposed 10'7" to respect what staff's recommendation was, but 10 foot, that's fine, okay.
Whatever.
10'7"?
10'7".
I'd like to bring up, this is substantial amount of changes, and if this is getting pushed to August 16th, that doesn't seem reasonable to come back, So what is it, a week or 2 of changes? Unless you guys have already discussed all of that.
That is a good point. I think more the focus was on having them go together, but we would need the plans in about a week. And it is a lot of changes. I think we should ask the applicant
Yeah,
team.
I mean, do you really think in a week and a half you can come back, or would you prefer September and let's just, get it right?
So, yeah, I would prefer September for this particular project.
Right.
And if you don't mind, I do want to ask in regards to condition 1, specifically just about the shed roof to enter. So that small volume that's there, and now let me just share again, just to, it's
Well,
to be able to enter the garage.
we're in deliberation, so I'm sorry, but I know what your point is on that, and I think we all do, so you don't have to say it, and we can stay with protocol. I know what you're thinking, so, but, again, changing the pitch of this roof affects number 1 also. And so, okay, so I think we're ready for a motion.
September 20th.
Yes, September 20th, I was gonna say, yep.
Beautiful fall colors. So. who is it?
I can make the motion is,
Okay.
when someone confirmed that setback to Erica, was it 10.6? Is that what you suggested?
10'7".
Sorry, 10.7?
Yep.
That's 10 feet, 7 inches,
10.7.
10.7.
0.7?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I move to continue to the September 20th HARC meeting, the small scale new construction at 160 North Davis, lot AR Block 10, West Tyree Addition, based on the findings in the staff memo dated June 21st, 2023, with the following conditions: 1, as stated; 2, revised to say, revise the front setback to be 10.7 feet per east-west treatment to A, east-west treatment 6A1, east-west treatment 14 intro, and LUC 3-205C4A. Number 3 through 13 as stated, strike number 14, number 15 and 16 as stated. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on July 19th, 2023, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Tyree Land Use Code.
I'll second that.
Okay, Stacy.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
September, thank you. Yeah, 5 minutes bio break while John is share slides on the work session. Thank you. Celebration.
No. I'm so
Get any.
Is she on? Yeah, she's her own. Well, you never hire yourself.
Huh?
Don't ever hire yourself. Well, I'll probably do it too, but.
I think I got through in one meeting.
You know, where there's.
It needs lights.
It does need lights.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I totally appreciate it.
I have never denied the thing, but it's
That's run away, huh?
Oh,
Oh, you keep all of it?
I guess I was gonna do a one line. Oh.
So, August, do we have enough to slide in?
Yes.
Replace, okay, please.
Get sworn in.
Last September, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it September?
Yeah. It was at the same hearing that I almost didn't get sworn in.
Oh, you have a good memory.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I invited all you guys
Yes,
to run and then.
but that was September? Yeah.
Are you gonna reapply, Mark?
Yeah.
Is the tape on?
You're ready to have dinner?
No, political.
I've been so busy this past week that I saw the email and I completely forgot to respond.
We got you some.
Oh, hang on, or did I respond? I went and checked the email and I didn't see where I responded, so I went and got sushi. That's why I was almost late.
Oh, well, you have, look at, there's dinner for you.
Here's a bonus.
I went back, I traced my emails and I was like, I never responded to her.
If you vote, you eat.
And
He
then you can
voted.
grab it at the end of the meeting.
Oh, thank you very much. Cause I was looking forward to it and then I went back and I was like, oh, what did I order? And I couldn't find any trail of it whatsoever.
Left, and he called me.
I've heard from
We
a
had
couple
this,
of people who are vying for an MPC on HARC,
Bought the house.
and I hope that Mark will be.
But we had a lot of.
There's an empty seat on ARC.
No, when there is.
This will be
And
next in
Mark's term is coming up.
September. That's, I can't believe it.
Did he only take a year?
They only gave him a year. Some of the council, some of
I know.
council were not wanting to.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Close.
Um,
It'll be 2 weeks.
If he does, you guys need to come and speak for him because some members of council are on this kick of wanting to kick long-term members off and get new blood in on lots of boards, just FYI.
Is there a lot of people running for the door?
We've had a lot since 2000.
No, like they're wanting to not.
The recorder's off,
Wait a
right?
minute.
I'm sorry.
I just.
We
There.
are the
are moving on to the next item, which is our work session for the land use code amendments. It's a work session to discuss the potential amendments to the land use code pertaining to new construction on lots with a pre-construction rate of 25% or greater in the residential zone districts, new construction with below grade site coverage in the residential type zone districts, and new construction, which includes 2 or more levels below grade in the residential type zone districts for land use code section 5201C. Jonna Wenzel, lead us
Thank
to the
you.
water.
We've asked you all to do some heavy lifting tonight, so sorry this is at the end of the meeting, but hopefully you had a chance to get a little break and ready to re-engage. So this is work session number 3 on these issues specifically. We held a work session on these issues last week with town council. We had started to put some meat on the bones of these amendments, which were the goals that I believe we had consensus on after the last HARC work session. I heard from some of you that you disagreed with some of the details that we've put forth so far. That's fine. We are here to work on that together. Since last week, I've talked individually with a few of you on the board, and I think I saw Peter walk in. And so tonight I am here to listen. We have a deadline. We so far are still on track to that deadline. I think most of us would rather not delay the process. My hope is that tonight you can provide me some direction on some of the details so that we could provide a draft ordinance to you next week at the joint P&Z and HARC meeting. If we are not close, if we can't, town council indicated that they are willing to extend the deadline if necessary. I don't think we are there yet, but we'll see how this goes this evening. Again, I think I've mentioned to you individually, but I want to say it again. We staff do not have preferences about this. What I had put forward in the red line that I presented to town council were recommendations. And sorry if the process got ahead of the policy, but that is what we're going to work on tonight. So what I'm going to put up is the same red line that council saw last week. And I think we just can go through it section by section, if that sounds okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So I categorized these in the red line by the goals, again, that we had established in the previous 2 work sessions with HARC and planning and zoning. And the first goal was to eliminate double basements. This means different things depending on what type of lot you are on. And this also means different things to different people, I'm hearing. So what we had proposed previously, and I had showed you at the previous work session, was something like this, which was to allow a traditional 100% below grade basement, but not a second basement. It came up at either a HARC or P&Z work session that what does that look like? Oh, sorry, I switched my screen. I'm going to show you. This one was what I'd showed you at the last HARC work session, which has a basement. And I think everyone agreed that the second basement below that should not be permitted any longer. But it came out of one of the work sessions that there are lots that are not entirely flat, that are slightly sloped or in various degrees of slope. So to flesh that out a little bit, I created this illustration to show what might happen on a lot that's less than 25% slope, but has a basement. This garage level is more than 50% below grade. And to extrapolate from the other first illustration I just showed you, this lower level would not be permitted. And apparently that was a step too far for some of you. So I think let's let's talk about that. And a few of you have already proposed some possible recommendations to address this situation that maybe allows more than what's shown here, but still kind of gets to the spirit of no double basements. I have some, I don't, do you want me to share?
Sure,
yours, Matt?
sure, that's fine. I do just want to quickly build on that. John, in the first meeting we had was with Mark, myself, and you and Erica, and we talked about that scenario, and we talked about things like the Aspen condition where somebody put a 35-foot basketball court under a house, and we were thinking kind of worst case scenario, which there was consensus. I was on board. We want to grab that low hanging fruit and rectify a situation that you identified as an increasing trend, or a trend that's on the upward tick anyway. And perhaps it's even my own fault. The language is the same. The image you showed first and the image you showed second, the language applies to both of those, but maybe I was too busy or didn't fully consider all the ramifications. But the second image you showed, I think an alley at grade, essentially not allowing a basement below that lowest grade level, caught me a little by surprise. And that's my own fault for not being able to consider all of the scenarios. And I think that's what we're all wrestling with.
I had the same impression that the first slide that you showed with the front facing, you look at that and you say, yeah, that doesn't make
Well,
sense.
because in a lot of ways, that's the same that's the front elevation of the image you showed. So I mean, it's
Well, thank you for that, but yes, it was, I think the thought wasn't processed entirely to its conclusion. But that's what we need to do tonight. And Matt has sent me some possible suggestions, and so has Peter, which we could look at as well.
So I'll preface this. This is kind of some sketches I did, work in progress. So this isn't any sort of like, these are just kind of my thoughts. This came about by being concerned with the language that had been drafted so far, describing the 12 feet from grade to a finished floor. And it occurred to me, what if someone wanted to put a crawl space underneath the basement floor, which is perfectly acceptable for a variety of reasons. So once you start adding up the depth of that crawl space, you can get a significantly deep sort of excavation to make that work. And then what's to keep someone to go farther and doing a really deep crawl space that then maybe they come back in the cover of night and make a basement. So I started thinking that maybe the best way to try to tackle this, and my understanding of the goal, which maybe I don't fully understand, is to limit how deep we excavate. I think there was some explanation about double basements to require more time to build, but I think really my interpretation is really trying to limit how deep someone goes. So I think if you were to judge that on the lowest point of a conventional foundation, that might be a better way to keep that in check. And so you guys probably can't see this diagram very well, but the upper
I'm
one,
sorry, I can't really make it larger.
the upper one is in the red, is basically showing if you had a situation where you were doing code minimum floor to ceiling height, 7 feet, and really thin floor assemblies and really thin foundation assemblies, you effectively wouldn't have enough space to do a double basement. And what the upper diagram is trying to show is a parallel slope of 16 feet offset. So same as we use the parallel slope method to judge roofs in some zone districts, it's taking that same ground planing and pushing it down to judge the basements. The second diagram shows how using the same really low floor to ceiling heights, which really the market's not going to want. No one's going to want a 7-foot floor to ceiling space. But that shows you can start getting a basement underneath, but it's maybe not the full footprint. Then the lower two are, I would say, more sort of market friendly actual projects with 9-foot floor to ceilings and floor assemblies that are 14 to 16 inches thick, and showing that you can, in certain circumstances, as Stacy was mentioning, have some basement space on an alley side, but it doesn't allow you to occupy the entire space and make a double basement. So what I haven't quite surmised from this is what's that right depth I started with 16 feet. I've moved to 17 feet, and some other process sketches I've been working on are leading me to believe somewhere between 17 and 18 feet.
Is the lower one 18?
No, the lower one's 17.
Okay, you haven't, 18's not showing.
allowing you?
Yeah. And then the sketch on the far right is just saying if you had a flat lot,
Yeah.
what would you be able to do? So definitely not coming in saying just another way to think about.
So I
Do you see that, Bob?
barely.
Here, I got it. Here, too.
I'm just wondering, the one we mentioned about if, let's say you've got a site that the main level is here and the garage level is here at the alley. Are we saying that we could do a basement
Under,
that
yeah,
as well?
yeah.
So you'd do a full basement underneath the whole house and then kind of a half basement
Underneath.
garage
Yeah.
or whatever, and then the first floor and second floor.
Yeah, and I think the important thing that the lower diagrams, if you're gonna do something like that, you obviously have to have circulation, you have to have stairs or an elevator or both, so. What that's showing is you could maybe get a little bit of a basement, but there's not gonna be a lot of usable space, and your stair core necessarily isn't maybe in the middle of the building where you might want it to be, so. Again, a work in progress, but just a different idea to measure how deep you could go.
And 18 feet is not significantly deep.
That's my opinion. I think that's.
Well, it's not. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just right across the street from me. They're deeper, as deep as that, but I don't know what number it is either, but this, I understand the method. We're used to dealing with that and we're considering heights. So why not when we're considering depths? I guess is how it struck you.
Right.
But
The
Peter,
thing I mentioned too, I think these are great diagrams and it looks all for predictable and it's a really good place to start. There's every variation, variety of topography, asymmetry, what is closer to a basement on the east side of a long house versus the west side. It's gonna always be a little bit messy. And chatting with you earlier about this, Matt, I think trying to set these depths, but you're going to find challenging situations where you're pinched by 16 feet or whatever in a condition because of a pre-construction grade that's just sort of hard to.
Well, that was gonna be my next question. Is this pre-construction or post-construction?
So my little language up there is sort of trying to talk myself through it. I think that maybe the best way is you take pre-construction grade and that's what you work with. And you eliminate any anomalies. So a little bit of, raised earth in a certain spot or a low spot, you sort of figure out a way to average this out. I don't know how you do that. And you're right, there are certain circumstances where this might be difficult. I mean, if you had an elevator, need an elevator pit that's deeper. If you're doing a basement like this, you might need a sub pump. Certain things that would go deeper than that one piece of foundation. So there might be exceptions that you want to build into this, but then that would make the land use code more complicated. So if you were able to go a little bit deeper, that would absorb some of these exceptions, you would make the land use code more simple to define.
so rather than we do with like PUDs on height, where we make exceptions for elevator shafts and other things, you just say, let's pick a depth that will accommodate those.
Yeah.
And then it's just simple. Nobody has to say, oh, but except for hit some pumps.
Applicants
whatever.
and staff don't have to deal with those little nuances and get into little arguments
I mean,
about it.
right now, how does, let's say, I don't know if you picked 17 or 18, but how does that compare to what we have in the code now with no changes? Using, I guess, basically the 51%.
No limitation.
100 feet deep.
Well, yeah. So as you recap, the purpose is to solve or to address this depth problem, and that's how you're doing it.
That's
Did I find in the depth?
There has been a practical limit.
Sure.
Shoring.
Shoring that's available or what you're willing to spend. Yeah.
Which is currently around 18 feet.
Or unless you do 2 tiers. And go deeper than that.
But usually that's then taken away from site coverage. That's pinching you.
Yeah, it gets sort of prohibitive, more expensive, but it can be done. Yeah.
So
anyway,
And again, I'm gonna say something that I don't think John is gonna like me to say, but I think this is a complicated thing. I think, you know, whether we take her method or this method or another method, I think there's a lot of nuance to figure out. And I don't think that we're gonna resolve this by P and Z next week. And I think I heard in the town council meeting that most of town council was fine extending this deadline to work on it.
And just to be clear, it doesn't just extend the time we're working on, it extends the suspension.
But let me ask one other process thing. Since on the PUD, they dropped out the minimum lot size. Why can't we propose to drop this out for further study and pass the rest?
Well,
Because I think the rest is gonna go pretty
the
quickly.
fear would be then that we're gonna get 50 applications with 30-foot basements, which I don't think these applications take a long time to put together. I don't think
But for instance, if we did pick 20 feet. And shoring is 18 feet, but we're not gonna allow, I mean, it's not practical to put more than 20 feet deep anyway. No matter what the nuance is of the
Well,
lot, right? So how is that harmful?
But this, I think, and John, not to put words in your mouth, but the trends are that now that the price per square foot to build is so high, the barrier to doing these, what was previously impractical constructions is now suddenly, it's all impractical, so let's go for it, right? Like the cost barrier is eroding. Yeah, well, it's already been breached, so.
And I appreciate Matt's point about applicability and usability. It needs to be straightforward.
Okay.
We don't want to create another increase area 13.
Exactly.
Subsection.
I mean, my mantra through this has been simple and elegant, simple and elegant solutions. That are easy to apply to any lot.
And again, like that lower diagram that's showing 17 feet. If that becomes pretty restrictive for people to be able to carve out some basement space, they're gonna wanna push up and they're gonna, you know, they're gonna be submitting applications that are pushing against the limits.
Yeah.
Which is sort of the opposite of what we.
Well, that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to push mass and scale
Right.
out of the ground.
So let me go back to that question. Is there really a risk in nuances? We're creating some monster if we went to 20 feet? Because shoring practically is 16, 17, 18 feet. What's the risk? And the argument to council would be, well, we did something. You can't go deeper than 20. Is there really a risk in that? Is that?
I think it needs more study. I think
20
the other architects and practice in town need to like study this and think about other ways that this may not hold water.
What you mean, using the depth method or the number 20?
No, using the depth method and then, you know, what the number makes sense. I mean, yeah, if you said 20 feet, let's do it 20 feet, I'd probably sign up and say that's fine, but
Yeah.
I haven't studied it long enough to know. This is just a section through a hypothetical project.
But then on a flat lot, that creates.
With no steps.
With no
It
steps.
creates, it does create a double basement on a flat lot then. of 20
Yeah,
feet.
it could. Yeah, so that's why.
And that's what we did.
So that upper diagram is trying to say if you did a code minimum sort of floor to ceiling. A way to prove that you couldn't really practically do a basement with that.
But I thought we were agreed on steeper than 25%, I think we have, and on flat lots, no double basements. So we could simply say, and then on those from 1% to 24%, it's 20 foot deep. I mean, I don't know.
Every lot's 1%.
Yeah.
at least.
I think it's gonna be tricky. I mean, I think it's elegant the way she's worded it. One level of basement is allowed, two levels is not allowed. But I think it's not that simple.
With what the basement?
There's going to be situations where you're gonna have somebody say, okay.
A basement
I
is
want a deep
50% below grade.
I'm gonna crawl space a section, so I don't have a definition, meet the definition of basement, a level above that. And it's gonna be a crawl space, and maybe I'll claim it later. And they're gonna get the basement at the level they want, and then, you know, I just think there's unintended ways to comply with the one level of basement that doesn't
Well, you just
really address.
pull in the north wall 3 feet. Now you're at 49% below grade, it doesn't count as a basement, and now you go down. Now you're gonna start running into floor area limits and stuff like that, but
The other thing too, and again, I think there's a lot of scenarios to imagine, but I mentioned to Matt chatting today that there are a number of situations where you have a house in a back building or a historic building, a campus of structures, whatever, and they're connected below grade. And you don't see them connected. If you can't do that, if you've got a basement because you're on a sloped enough lot that you have a basement or a partial basement that is kind of uphill, you're not going to be able to do that. That's going to drive people to want to connect
Above grade.
above grade,
Oh, man.
historic or otherwise, trying to combine them so that they have that connection and access that otherwise would be out of sight. I can imagine situations like that being unintended results are not necessarily positive outcomes.
Well, let me ask this, what if this board did what staff did with, I just started a few minutes ago with the minimum lot sizes, it said, okay, flat lots, no double basement. The over 25%, we have a formula, and anything in between, it remains the same, subject to further study, and that's what they did with the minimum lot size.
I think that would probably be best to carve this out, and then
Yeah.
whether or not town does another moratorium on this one issue, and I don't know if it's for 2 months or 3 months or 4 months, but.
They didn't on the minimum lot size, they're fine with it. I think it's very similar, I don't know, what you guys think, I mean, there's no reason to start, I'm assuming when we go through the rest of this, it's gonna go pretty quickly, we got one number to pick. And the rest of this, and look at the design guidelines on lots, the new section, but I think we'll figure that out tonight, but this one, I'm sold now, that there's too many curveballs to lock into even, which I was enthused about your formula, but now I see with the connector discussion, with pushing stuff up above ground, I don't know, but there are floor area limits to your point, but we don't know what.
Math and scale, we still deal with that.
Still have that,
Try
yeah.
to push it up, they're gonna be, they gotta deal.
I don't know.
with the limits that we have.
I'd urge a carve out and not stall out on this. And leave it as it is for this category. So we say we've accomplished the flat lots, we've accomplished the steep lots, basement, the rest of them in between. We're gonna leave as is.
What if it's just an absolute, you cannot dig more than 18 feet down?
I think that gets complicated because like sub pumps and there's other utility, there's things that I don't think we can comprehend right now that you don't want to just give a max excavation. I think you need to give it to a piece of structure that's fixed at towards the bottom.
well, it'd be the same language that there already is for. Well, I don't want to say the same, but there's already exceptions for mechanical equipment and elevator overruns. It's for
On the roof.
some pumps or mechanical equipment and elevator underruns. I mean, it's already there, sort of. We're just flipping it.
And there's nuances, right? I'm showing a spread footer here. I mean, this could be a raft slab, this could be all kinds of different, this could be piles. There's all kinds of things that different foundations you could use. This is, I think the language would need to sort of describe a conventional foundation and somehow give intent so that staff has got the ability to look at something. And if it meets the intent, they can say this complies, or if it doesn't meet the.
One thing we chatted about that, because I think that we went with the sectional trying to create the idea of depth limits. I thought about it initially as a site coverage maximum. If you're limiting basements, you could contemplate it as in a plan view for site coverage maximums and say, you're allowed to have basements, a basement to meet your site coverage. And you've got where you have structures. And you might to have a stair or an elevator sort of connect to as your building might step with that basement. With the site, that might be another way, as opposed to
So it's
stacking multiple levels of your.
It's 120% of your footprint.
Yeah. Or
So
some-
you
some-
get
some kind of
ability
overshoot.
to lap, to do stairs in an
Stair or
elevator.
Or whatever, right? To me, that was another way of thinking about it. It isn't engaged depth, but it is just saying, hey, you're gonna have your site coverage, you're not gonna get 2x of your site coverage that meet the definition. of
Well, I think that's a way to do it, but I still think you need a way to, I mean, the goal, I think, is to, again, to limit the amount of the excavation. So you still need other language that describes that.
I don't want to complicate it, but it would be a different way of trying to say, well, getting at this limit of one base.
Well, I mean, I think we could come back to council and say, hey, there's other means and methods to accomplish this, like you're suggesting for area and or do what we do with the roof and do it down here.
I'm gonna throw another wrench into this too.
You've been busy.
With the computer programs that most of us architects use these days, it's really easy to take the topo surface and project it up and project it down and look at it in 3D and be able to sort of project that on elevations and sections. If someone's drawing this old school, this is going to be kind of difficult to document and to nail. So there needs to be a little bit of understood flexibility in it when staff reviews this.
They still have to show the grades. Whether they're hand drawing or, right, you still get pre-construction and post-construction. If we took this just to, I don't know, push it a little bit forward, what happens when we do this to a recent project on a steep lot?
Be great to look at that because I have no idea.
I mean,
Well, and I just say, I have a project, it's approved and it's under construction, but we had to, I mean, over on Mulligan's, remember, we had to come back and had to keep stepping because GSI won't do more than 18 feet, right?
well, I ran into this very recently.
And so,
We designed and HARC approved a project that couldn't be built. And we had to do an amendment to self VE our basement back to
no,
where it
just
could be
did it,
built.
yeah. He said, no way, but there's a couple contractors in town that will do it. But that particular one, we had to come back and we staggered that whole lower level.
Stepping the floor.
Just like this, from the hillside, it was a much steeper lot than this, I'm just wondering.
Maybe it'd be appropriate for kind of a straw poll of what people are thinking might be the right method, or if we're even at that point yet, if we need to study some other ideas.
I think either we go and we'll take a straw poll, but I think either we go with a carve out, just like they did with the minimum lot sizes. And say there's too many variables, there's some means and methods besides just depth. That could be one of them, but and it needs more study. So rather than hold all this up in the moratorium, we think we should
The one other question
leave it alone.
that, and I'm not trying to create work, but I know I'm personally involved with one project on a less than 25% lot that has contemplated a true sub basement. I know of that one because I've worked on it, but how many others are there that are not what we're talking about? Not the
big steep lots,
20% where there's a alley grade and a street grade, but how many true sub basements? Not 100%, but like 90% below grade and then another basement below that. Have there been
Deeper lots,
on flatter lots?
I have one on Aspen,
quite a few,
300 West Columbia,
yeah.
that corner house.
So 123 North Oak.
I'm thinking like 300 West Columbia.
300 West Columbia.
We went through a lengthy
Double
HARC
base.
process, we got approval, it's under construction, it's looking great, but we got pushed down into the ground pretty substantially, and we ended up growing
Well,
a
in that,
second level basement in that process.
so I asked that question
Yeah.
for two reasons. The thing I'm worried about is that we have three, and these are trends that we should be concerned about. I'm not saying I'm not concerned about them. But I don't want to affect 90% of projects because we've got 3 or 4 but 3 or 4 concerning project. Does that make,
I don't think they're 90% of the projects.
but this could affect many projects that wouldn't otherwise be considered alarming. Meaning, yeah, it's a big hole in the ground. Yes, there's a construction impact. And then 3 months later, they've backfilled and it's not as big a concern anymore. Like it's the big hole syndrome. Oh my God, look at the size of that hole.
We
And
have a
then-
lot of big holes in town.
we
right
do have a
now.
lot of big holes right now, for sure. And
Yeah.
There's gonna be one across the street from me very soon.
So let me.
But in 3 years or 4 years, there won't be. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe.
The pendulum swing. Yeah, we won't have this issue. 3 years.
I just want to know what's the magnitude of the issue?
Mark, I'm agreeing with your proposal of carving it out, but I think we should just still take this opportunity to kind of discuss the staff as direction, how to proceed instead of wasting this time.
And to Stacy's question, to be honest, most of the basements we review are only single basements and applicants come back later to add on the second basement.
As an amendment.
Yes.
They'll do a 20-foot basement. Yeah.
We don't know it's a double basement until they come in for a building permit or close to it. I mean, it's rarely presented at HARC.
Well, is there a solution that we don't allow that? The end run around?
That's not, I don't know that that's the real issue, is it? I mean, we're approving them administratively because we allow them right now, so that's
yeah.
fine.
Stacy, to your point about, there's maybe 3 or 4 problem projects right now. I think we're it's more about getting ahead of the trend. Like you can say, yeah, there's not a huge problem now. But what if someone comes in and wants a 4-story basement and we have no tools to say no to them?
And I agree with you. That's what I was trying to say by reiterating that this is an alarming trend that we need to be aware of and be concerned with, but not on the time clock we've been given right now,
Yes,
maybe.
no. But I think the concern is if people hear, oh, we're gonna lift the moratorium, double basements are back, but then they're not gonna be allowed again, what's gonna happen?
It's
Or
gonna be
we
very-
go through HARC with a single basement and come back for a CA amendment
Yeah.
later for the double.
Yeah. The end run. Well, when we first started and I was kind of drinking the Kool-Aid on 20 feet safe. But then all of a sudden I look back at the flat lot and I said that's not what we want. You don't want 2 basements on a flat lot. So is there some language with this if we did the 20 feet, 20 latitude or 18 plus utilities?
And-
Except for flat lots.
Let me press you all a little bit. The code says the basement is 50% or more below grade. What's the difference between a daylighted basement on one side that's 50% below grade and the flat lot that can't have double basements? What's the difference in not allowing the double basements? It's okay on flat lots, but it's not okay on a 2% lot? Where's the difference?
It's not so much about the steepness of the lot, it's that on a relatively flat lot, if that basement is 100% below grade, the first one, then the second one is, I don't know, it's I don't know how to articulate it. It's
Feeling?
it's twice as far below grade. I mean, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but when the lot does slope and that diagram where you have a grade, you're at grade and you're saying you can't go below grade right here.
That seems too restrictive.
That seems too restrictive.
That description of the Aspen method, which I hadn't heard described as such, or it was 15 feet, 14 feet below, not going, as I pictured it, maybe I misunderstood it. They restricted whatever the low grade is, you don't go more than a level below that, right? And
It was 12 feet.
that might, to John's point, result by definition in double basements with some frequency, partial or otherwise. But there's a limitation that's rather easy to track of. You're not gonna get more than a level below the local.
Could we come at this from a different angle? What if we say on flatter lots, you get 3 stories? Put 1 below grade and put 2 above grade. But you can't have 4. And on steeper lots, you can have 4, but you can't have 5.
But what about in between?
What do you mean?
Examples that you've just been given, 5% or 10%.
That's what I'm saying, 25%.
And you've got steps, you've got split levels and all that.
Well, those are half level, 1.5. Well, I know, I keep trying to want to make it simpler though.
It's hard.
I guess
It's
to
really
your point,
hard.
you say 4 levels, I'd say you have what might instance be a 3-level house with a kind of a daylighted walkout on the lowest and then have a basement below that, which would be a 4. I think if you limited it to 3, you'd not be going below that low alley.
Right, we'd be right back where,
Yeah, you're what. John is like.
yeah.
And so Aspen's is just 12 feet below the lowest natural pre-construction grade. And what feet holes in that? What we're trying to accomplish.
Well, we're using the Aspen method for, I think, 2 or 3 different. I think when we talked about the Aspen method, it was that anything, any area that is
The majority of houses in Aspen are on flat lots too.
Yeah.
They're not nowhere
Right.
near steep.
And there was a different Aspen method for steep lots and the way they calculate floor area.
The exposed
But the
area.
basement Aspen method is that you can only have 1 level below grade and it can't be more than 12 feet. Below grade, below the finished floor.
Below low grade.
So
Which can end up in double base.
Or grade.
would you end up
Finished
with a
grade.
double on the high side.
Yeah, if you've got 50%.
So the way this was articulated
Second level,
as initially,
plus
double
that.
basements are bad.
12 feet below, right?
Is sort of why we're, I suspect why the Aspen description doesn't quite fit, unless that been characterized as something we don't want, double basement. And if there's a different way to characterize what we're trying to prohibit, if it's a depth of hole, not more than a level below, I think that's fine too, but I think as council gifted it to the board, I recall double basement being bad. So.
yeah, but we're talking about partial on his examples, which we all think are fine. I think this board thinks are fine.
So
That bottom diagram.
what is the process for just letting council know what you think?
Well, and to be clear, we have to let P and Z know.
You could do it.
Yeah.
P and Z
We're
lets
doing our-
council.
You could change.
Doing recommendation.
I hear they're meeting soon. You guys should come stay on.
We are. We're gonna meet with you guys next week.
So the 12-foot doesn't solve our problem.
Well,
I don't think it does in all scenarios.
not as it was
Yeah.
handed to us.
Well, if you took that diagram, take the bottom diagram. You've got the steep, you got the slope of the site. And one basement is completely below that low point. The grade level, which I would call the first level of the house, could be 50% of it's buried and 50% of it's open. And then you got another level on that, and you go as high as allowed in that particular.
You see what someone's gonna wanna do, though. They're gonna wanna have that lower basement, the 11.6, the 9-foot ceiling height. They're gonna come in off grade, and then as soon as they get past that, they're gonna wanna go down and have a media room with a 17-foot ceiling.
Where?
Behind it?
Yeah. It's- Think of like a movie theater going down.
No.
They're gonna come
Which-
in. As soon as they hit a drop.
Well, what's the big deal though? We're trying to eliminate, we're trying to
So what?
reduce the depth of the dig. Isn't that the goal, kind of the goal?
But we're not just trying to capture our concerns too. We need to listen to the concerns that have been voiced by the P and Z board, and they're different. Right, Peter?
Variety of conversations.
Well, my suggestion is if we're gonna give, if we're not carving out, we give them a recommendation and with some backup discussion of why. It's not as simple as we thought either. I don't know. I'm almost circling back to saying, well, except for what we do, if it's 20 feet, then it's that we can't have it apply to flat lots. Which we could,
I think there's
something in there.
But wouldn't this, if we said 12 feet from that low point? Wouldn't that work on a flat lot too? But if the low point is the same all the way across, you're 12 feet down below,
Yeah.
period.
And do we really care if they take that 11'6" level all the way to the
I
back?
don't think
Well,
so.
I don't care.
I'm just
only
saying
one
that's our
person.
recommendation. We don't
Yeah,
care that there's one full level below grade and then we have a 50% level. Because then you can add window wells and they can get their great livable space in there.
I agree. But I don't think we're gonna. This has to
And then
land,
it
this,
comes
what
back-
we do tonight has to land softly. And if we say, why do we care?
Just tell them
That's-
12 feet. That's all they care about. Just 12 feet from the lowest
How,
point.
how about no more than one level that is 100% below grade? Does that-
There, well, that's simple.
Where are the holes in that?
Will you restate that again?
You may have no more than one level that's 100% below grade.
So the next level could be 50 or 60%. That's
Like that diagram.
What
Well,
happens on those steep plots that
That
we've
could be the
seen?
whole-
Are they
the level.
more than 50?
The level could be 35 feet
Or
deep. Yeah, that
under
would be,
25%? Oh, just under 25.
Yeah, Stacy just mentioned, that level could be really deep. I thought you still have to have a qualifier to how deep you can go, I think,
Okay,
or how
but you
tall.
may not have more than one level below grade. That's
Below the lowest grade on
12
the
feet,
site.
that's so
12
they-
feet.
Yeah, that's 12 feet.
Could you manipulate the,
Yeah, then you
grade.
build your crawl space underneath and.
so you could you manipulate the grade so only 2% of it's above grade, and then you could have another.
I think well, this gets complicated. This is predicated off using pre-construction grade, but the post-construction grade is where you're gonna massage that, grade to be above or below, basement definition. It's complicated. It's all, every angle of it's complicated. I'm sure you guys know.
Well, and this is the problem. The more we talk about it, the more complicated it gets.
Well, let's not give up on this. So only one level can be 100% below grade. And then we fix some depth below it. And then how are people cheating on that? If it's 12
Well,
feet?
Erica just pointed out that you make your one level 98% below grade. It's not 100, and then you put a level under that that's 100.
Is there a number? Could it be like 9? Is there a number besides 100?
Every time I've tried to wrap my head around all this, I just keep coming back to, I think we have to limit the amount that you can go dig down. I think that's the only thing I can't poke a hole through.
Because in theory, if you looked at where window wells are, and if you have a stairwell and window well to this lower basement, that's 100% below grade. If that perimeter is exposed at those window wells, it's not 100%.
Well.
Yeah, I'd say you could interpret it that way, or you say, no, okay. It's simpler,
Mhm.
but I'm just wondering.
Count the window wells.
Yeah, we don't.
Or
count
if you're
windows.
just saying
don't count
elevation,
window
it
wells.
just pokes out just enough that.
Well, what if we do only one basement 100% below grade and we use 20 feet? Except for flat lots, Yeah, that doesn't work. 12 feet, so below the lowest point.
Site coverage, lowest site coverage. Site grade, if it's a low site grade, that. Yes. Create other variables. other coverage.
Or pick something safer than 12 feet. 14, I mean, I don't know.
12 feet gives you a decent floor to floor height. Floor at the grade.
And so can you guys restate what you're proposing? There's a 12-foot component and what else did you say,
Well,
Mark?
well, I was using
It's 12
John.
feet, you're not gonna have more than 9 feet. Clear space, we'll leave a 1.5 foot for floor structure. You're gonna have footers and slab and all that, that's gonna build up, you always 3 feet of combination.
Okay,
So
so
you get a 9-foot ceiling.
only one basement below grade.
Right.
Number 2, and then not to exceed X feet below the pre-construction grade. And that way, in that picture,
Well, no, if you look at that 16, whatever. Let's see. Go on here.
Right, 7
You're following grade, this is 16 feet 9 inches. So that, you brought that to 12, that would mix all that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What
Well,
Mark,
from the
Measuring
access
from the
point.
low point.
Or you
Yep.
have
Yes.
11.6.
yes,
Yeah.
So let's, when you extend that out, then you've got.
That would fit on 6 inches here.
Yeah,
It's,
we want to try to avoid.
Well, most of it, I mean, there's some of it's exposed, and some of it isn't.
It's only a double basement on one end, but that's what you're all saying you want. You want additional floor area below the lowest grade.
You'd still have a certain percentage of the building, although some of the cases we've seen, they've been pretty minimal amount of exposed part of the building, you know, like 8,000 square foot building with a 1,300 square foot.
Yeah.
Of visual building. It's kind of weird, but it seems to me that the other thing to change on this would be the 12 feet would be to the floor of the basement. Obviously, you're gonna have some kind of footing.
Yeah.
And I don't care how deep those go, if they're piles or, you know, big footing. who
Don't
cares?
define
But
underneath.
isn't that the problem that's been defined is that this amount of deep excavation requires more time is what's been in that, is that kind of what you said in that memo?
well, there have been different, well, sorry, he asked you.
I'm just saying, we should care about how deep that
We should-
spread footer goes.
Embodied energy, the climate action plan.
Impacts.
Impacts to the neighborhood.
Shoring, way back.
Yeah, I mean, those have all been positive.
I think we should not define the foundation, whether it's 2 feet or 4 feet underneath here. I don't think that's substantive on the depth. I think if we just, if Bob said, bottom of the floor.
Yeah.
And, you know.
I think you're gonna have situations where people are gonna subvert that by doing a crawl space underneath and deeper foundation. If they're gonna come back later, tear that floor out and go with a deeper.
You mean a crawl space underneath that?
Yeah.
Half.
Concrete
Why
floor.
would you do that?
Sorry, which side you talking about?
Oh,
I'm talking about
bottom figure on
the bottom.
The allowed
left side.
basement, yes, on
Yeah.
the left side.
Yeah.
Why is somebody gonna put a crawl space underneath there, 7 foot tall?
Yeah, movie theater.
Handball court, I don't know, something we're like, oh, yeah.
Yes.
People would come in and cut out the floor.
Why can't you say no crawl spaces?
I think crawl spaces make a lot of sense for flexibility of.
Yeah, but if we're giving them,
But not under the basement.
There's, they can, if you get your sub pump down there, there's a lot of I think, reasons to do them.
That would make a very unhappy mechanical guy.
I think if you're really happy mechanical guy, who's got a 4 to 6 foot crawl space. he can
yeah,
walk
space
around.
finally.
Yeah.
So on the steep lots, our definition was that you can't have a level below the lowest post-construction grade low point. And I think Bob was getting to this. On these flatter lots, couldn't we say you can have no more than one level below the lowest pre or post pre-construction grade low point? So on
No more
these-
than one.
no more than one.
And that level
So
have a height.
if you're daylighting, if you have a garage, you could still have a level below that.
I would be happy with that, but I don't know if that's gonna, I think there's.
How
still
about
could be
we
some-
try it?
I think we should take,
Look, think about it for 2 days.
let us take the initiative and not leave them, you
And
know.
in some cases, you will, in some areas, perhaps you might have a portion of a basement that's double,
Mhm.
but you're also half of it or a
I mean,
portion of it is also gonna be one.
I'd be totally. fine with that.
It's easy, but it's.
It gets us out in front of the real thing that we think's the real issue is the 35-foot racquetball basketball courts,
Yes.
the double,
Yeah.
triple, the quadruple, the 5
Whatever
basements, the
technology
whatever, it
allows.
starts to
Yes.
set a limit.
So would you restate that, Jonna?
Not sure I can.
Thanks for pushing us. We need.
No, what did I say? No more than one level below the lowest pre-construction grade low point
I would say at the site coverage.
at the site coverage. And that level is no more than 12 feet.
An increase area isn't site coverage in this context.
It is not, you're not allowed to use bonus or increase area for measurements.
It's like what we just fixed with height.
Heights,
Yeah.
yeah, that's.
Okay.
Just for-
Level 12
This,
feet.
in public comment before council, I said, what caused me alarm was that the diagram I saw that we were gonna say 0 levels below the construction low point. And by saying 1, that alleviates concern I had that
So,
day.
I'm gonna go back and share this previous illustration. So in what I'm saying is, in this case, this black area with X would be permitted.
Less than 25%.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
Yeah.
so both of those
yeah,
diagrams.
On slopes of less than 25%.
If lessened.
But on the other diagram, that other basement would still not be allowed.
So now there's 3 categories.
Because you still have a low point.
I think there's just 2.
Well, flat, less than 25 and
This one,
greater than
yeah.
25.
You still have
that's what we're saying.
one level
Yes,
below
the
your
green.
low.
Although the rules
No, I
are the
think
same.
it's- I think it's the same.
This is okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
This is.
right.
right.
Yep.
Okay with that?
Yes.
What if it's not this much? What if it's 25.1%?
No,
You don't get it?
you gotta fix it
You
somewhere.
gotta cut it. You gotta draw a
But we
line.
gotta
in the
pick a
sand somewhere.
line.
Peter has an example of where this may not, the. Peter, why don't you explain your diagram?
I didn't have an issue with the basement. I understood in steep lots that these are rather tall buildings. There's a lot of levels and an additional level down. Didn't seem like a hardship in these vertical houses that going. It was, I just shared this with John. This sketch to me was when I was trying to get 2 different thoughts. One relates to accessory structure, where I was describing, it's nice to have a basement below grade and make these connections not above ground. And that's quite common, especially with historic structures or things like that. And that if we were gonna limit it to 1 level, you would have people place that level below that alley, at the bottom. They would adjust their level that would meet the definition of basement, reduce it, create a freaking void space. Crawl space, and then claim it later, and you'd only have to bring it to here, make this greater than 50%. But then you, all that would kind of sort out. Yeah, so then you just push this back and back and back until you get to your floor area, and then your point. Put that in later. I don't think we want that, and that example of somebody just, getting the basement they want down there, and then, sort of subverting the intent. That's.
What?
And to that point about limiting vertically or creating sort of a maximum drop, that would not seemingly be allowed. The advantage that you would.
Yeah. But what you just proposed, what he's sketching would be allowed.
Mhm.
Yeah. Which is, we want that area below grade.
It's simple, it's broad. Are everybody okay with this? Rather than getting into the specificity of numbers and, okay. Let's take the initiative and say that's our educated opinion, and we went through a lot of what ifs.
Yeah. Well, we're all gonna be at P and Z. I was gonna say, well, I'm gonna go to P and Z, but we're all gonna be there.
So.
Yeah, see there.
Going back to the red line, just to be absolutely clear, the illustration on the left, the black basement area will now be allowed. The illustration on the right, the black area with X will not be allowed.
Correct.
Everybody good with that?
I am.
Yes.
It's all good.
Okay. Easy.
This is the hard part.
Yeah.
Make it easier.
And the reason.
Has a lot of
Basements are
base.
stacking up. They're not shy basement space.
Yeah.
Just
They're-
not below their.
The image on the right is still 4 levels.
Yes.
The image on the left, 4 levels above grade, the image on the left is
4
3
levels. 4
levels
levels.
above grade.
3 levels.
So that's why.
Yep.
Don't feel bad.
I know.
That's somewhere. All right, let's tackle the rest of this.
Okay.
It's gonna go better.
This has to do with the site coverage bonus area. Our proposal was to eliminate the allowance of using the site coverage bonus area 18 inches above grade below porches and decks. There was a disagreement about this specific recommendation. So bringing it back for consideration, I think all the other changes are really edits and clarifications.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any other issues, but what do you all think about keeping 18 inches above finished grade for bonus site?
I think the reason that I wanted to keep that was because back when those conversations all happened, that was the genesis of the whole conversation, was that people had these porches, especially in historic homes that have to be above the flood, above grade for the floodplain. Why not take advantage of that form, which is HARC approved, or possibly even historic, and put some extra site coverage under there? And that was a give back for the increase in the side yard setbacks on wide lots and some other things. But that was the genesis of the whole conversation.
I think if we restore it, I think we'd be, well, I believe we'd be fine, right?
Putting back what's crossed off up there.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, if we keep it, you all are obligated to help look at it when it comes through HARC, because we've seen examples get approved that are not okay. That are not
How did we?
land use code compliant, basically. So it's on us, but I'm asking you to look at that specifically if we get.
Okay.
Are these ones that are put in after HARC approval?
No.
No. Okay.
They're those that
Mr.
have
White
windows
there.
in them.
Well, that's
It
not
should
good.
not be, but they are, and I think that's sort of a lot of John has talked about, is that this is just a challenging thing to administer. And
Challenging thing to design.
Reviewing it is something you guys have a solid role in.
All right, well,
Do you feel like you need language in here that would obligate the applicant to provide whatever sort of documentation to help you, or do you feel like you've already got that ability? If an applicant's coming in with vague and confusing ways to describe this, you should be able to say, no, I want to see this.
And we do. No, we
Okay.
have the ability to do that.
Okay.
So this is only, just so I understand this is only when there's an element that's outside the building, like a deck or a porch, that because of grades or floodplains and thing, you have to be 18 inches or so above the ground.
Not seeing, no windows.
Then you can extend the basement space out to that point.
Yeah, you're hiding basement space.
I don't see a problem with that, but I think they're definitely not windows.
It's not supposed to be visible, and a lot of
Can't be
times it is.
And 3 through 7 are cleaning up some of this language to tighten it up for applicants. So I think we're good, right?
Well, we just got to be more diligent about it.
All right, well, we commit.
I think, well,
But when you get the application that they're asking for it, right?
Yes.
So if it's noted, then we note to, just take a second.
Red light will go on.
I think that's what we should do, is put it in your narrative.
Graphic plan with hatched areas
No.
describing
Just
where these
note
things
that we
are.
have extra site coverage.
It's super helpful.
I think maybe as HARC members, we take it for granted that the project is land use code compliant.
And it's supposed to be when it comes to you.
But it's hard, but there's a,
So I am thinking about additional language, and we may need to require a detail of the porch treatment, the skirting or something that's going to hide the wall, the foundation wall that's under the porch. And would anybody be opposed to that?
No.
it does take more care. Because the other conditions are 100% below grade. You don't see it.
Yes.
Yeah. It's more black and white. So it's reasonable to have a little more documentation.
100%.
Bonus site coverage compliance worksheet. That basically they're saying, yes, this meets this, we signed up, we meet all these criteria.
Okay, should we go on, John?
Okay.
3.
This is aligning HARC scale with the floor area. This is on the steeper lots. We added back the HARC board review of new principal structures on steep lots. Everybody good with that?
Yes. Okay.
This one was reduce the visual impacts of 3 and 4 story structures on the hillsides. This was specifically in Hillside Developing 2. maximum building height. This is a parallel slope that is currently 31 feet. Got no specific number from HARC at the last work session. Staff plugged in 25 feet because that's the maximum height everywhere else in town. I have gotten quite a bit of pushback on this.
I even heard some council members, two of them at least say, well, I don't know if we need it. And then another one said, well, if we're not approaching it, because you only had one example.
No
but-
one has approached it yet, but everyone wants the ability to go to 31 feet. And Peter has provided some examples of when it might be needed, which I will share.
So I think from what I've understood, the 31 feet from pre or post construction language showing the side kind of prevailing hillside topography, and that 31 foot above that pre-construction grade is not the challenge. And staff has looked at this and found it these to be generally quite tucked in and low slope, right? The challenge is the dimension that when you're on an uphill lot that you inherit an access like the drive elevation. The post-construction grade in this section is like, this is 29, almost 30 feet from here to the driveway at the property. So I don't feel like reducing, like this is an example of a house that's 16 feet at the property line below grade where you step into the driveway. And that's what you're measuring up from. So we're 16 feet in a hole to get to basically 30 feet right there.
Where's the driveway?
Restricting it 5 feet, 1 foot.
Where's the driveway?
Down here.
So you're 16 feet.
You're coming.
At the property line, which, you know, we got 0 setback in this example, is pushed, this is on an uphill side lot that's got a driveway that's engineered.
Put in.
Does it
At
make
that
sense?
level.
This example of the driveway lies significantly away from your property, which you're not able to blend those two.
You can't rate, yeah, you can't, this is a given that this is, we're 16 feet below ground at the property.
Yeah.
And so that's where that measurement starts, 60 feet below ground, doesn't leave you 15 feet or whatever in a 31 foot zone to play with.
This really ties into the design guideline, new design guidelines that asking projects like this to step back at each level. So while I understand Peter's concern, I don't know that the two-story facade at the street is desirable. And if it weren't, you wouldn't have the height problem. Because your second level would be stepped back.
Yeah, it's just kind of counterintuitive. You're describing, I understand exactly what you're describing. So imagining the second level coming back, it's just barely popping up above grade. Just for comparison, you know, this is an exercise in getting up. It is stepping back, but stepping back really before you get above ground is counterintuitive.
You're increasing the hole there. You're seeing, you're just.
You're going back into the hills, you know, I guess, okay.
You'd have to have a wall on the side to
That
make that
language.
hold up that grade. Yeah, what a mess.
That's an example of an instance where you just inherit these grades and it's a tall cut. And
Peter, are you saying that's why the project examples that were given don't approach the height limit?
Don't know, I haven't scrutinized it, but I think when you look at the dash line of 31 foot above the prevailing topography, this is like all the other examples, not an issue. It doesn't, that's not challenged by it, but
So there's,
the post-construction grade,
people have said that, people have acknowledged it hasn't been an issue,
Hasn't been, but it could.
but it could. And if it isn't an issue, then what's wrong with lowering it?
Right.
Right, that's one argument. The other argument is if it's not an issue, why touch it?
Either way, yeah.
I was sort of originally on board with the idea of, sure, if no one's approaching the maximum, maybe we can lower it a little bit, but this example is showing up. I don't know if this is just a unique property or if there's multiple lots that are
real?
like this.
choose the project. Yeah.
So I think seeing this, I would say, let's not lower
Leave it,
from-
yeah. But why can't our guidelines again cause us to push back? I know it's below grade, the second floor. I mean, I guess we wouldn't because because there's a two-story unbroken plane, we might want to step it back to second story, right? Before
This is unique because it's already so, the property line is already so deep into the hillside. And the driveway is established.
There are, I think, a lot of these properties as they were platted or subdivided, approved, were encouraged, not explicitly required in some cases, but to get as close to the, no setback in the front. Not a 1 foot, not a 5 foot, not 15 feet, put it on the front property. And to try to minimize the disturbance, creating no build zones and open space and stuff up the hill. And there's been such a sort of history of trying to get those at development clustered and at the right of way, at these access ways, not spread out all over the hillside. And so as I look at this, I think if we're fighting, like architecturally wanted to step back from a planning point of view, there are rockfall fence and no build unsuitable areas right up there.
Okay. Are we okay with leaving it the way it is? No, and leave the 31 feet? I mean, we can just tell them, we came up with the examples. We can show them, but.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Where'd 31 feet come from, though? That's just.
That's weird.
Why is that 30 feet? Or
30 and 31, it is interesting.
Somebody thought it out, but
It's
good enough.
It's great that it's parallel slope, frankly, because the flatter lots, the methodology of average grade and average roof height horizontally, it doesn't work at all up here. So it's quite practical. How they landed on 31 or at 30 in the HD one, I have no idea, but it's
okay.
all right.
Never mind.
And their fear of the cruise ship stacking is coming up with, our step back language. So let's see where that takes us.
Okay, so the next item, the goal was to retain the look and feel of Telluride's traditional mass and scale and hillsides. We agreed that this would be addressed in the design guidelines. The design guidelines, are paired with the design considerations. We added a design consideration to address the impacts of hillside development, which were not previously specifically addressed in the design considerations. Does anybody have a problem with this?
So that's just saying that we have the review.
But
that particular issue.
that's the land use code item, but then there's gonna be a whole special section in the guidelines, right?
Yes.
Right,
which
is coming.
is coming.
So go back to that one again, please. Just that one.
Number 7.
This just gives a little bit more teeth to the enforcement of design guidelines. I think.
Okay.
It takes you back to the guidelines. B12. 6 is NA, right?
Okay, these are the draft guidelines. A lot of this language was taken from transitional hillside and developing hillside guidelines, but emphasized a little bit more. So this would apply to steep lots over 25% or greater. I've broken it down into 4 policies. Keep it simple and elegant. The first one is mass scale and form. And both of these, A and B, have we've heard concerns expressed about specifically the significantly stepping back from the front property line. If 3 or more stories are proposed, the level should be set back substantially from the street. And let's talk about those first, the stepping back. My impression from our work session was that that is desirable. If it's not, or if you want to word it differently, let's talk it out.
I think we all said that, but when I heard the wind horse example and there are other examples, that's where they encouraged them to come to the front. This is actually just about stepping back. It's not from increasing the setbacks, right?
This doesn't have anything to do with the setbacks.
Yeah, it's just stepping back.
And these are the guidelines, which are bent occasionally to accommodate each individual project.
Can you read those? I can't see them.
Oh, here,
Be in the yellow.
yeah.
Number one says each level should be significantly stepped back from the front property line to minimize the perceived scale at the street. Number two says if 3 or more stories are proposed, these levels should be set back substantially from the street. We had a conversation about should we eliminate fourth or fifth stories? This says you can have 3 or more stories, but they should be substantially stepped back up the hillside.
And is this stories above the lowest grade? Or how do we determine?
Yes,
All above.
all above
It's not 100% below, it's
visible stories,
visible story.
and maybe it needs to say.
But is it visible or is it start with the upper stories? I mean, not the first, not the. Grade, I guess that implies you said.
What does it mean to you, John, when you say each level should be significantly stepped back from the?
Each visible level should be stepped back, so
Is that the
you might
first
have
one?
half levels that aren't visible.
But Peter's previous point. HARC has the flexibility to consider that the Windhorse PUD might
Trump this.
not, we might start with the second. It's the first was intended to be on the property.
I think the Windhorse would be an acknowledgement that there was a
Well,
pretty intense negotiation to get
th-
there.
those of us in the room, but this needs to last longer than us.
Maybe if
True.
we could say the upper levels should be significantly stepped back.
What are upper levels?
Anything but the first level. I don't know.
I could interpret that to mean all levels need to be stepped back from the front property line. And maybe that's common, it's not what my understanding, but I look at this and I know that to me, there was a reaction, some of the commentary from council and others about this wedding cake and these. They looked like hotels or there was all
Cruise ship.
sorts of cruise ships, or it was just like not what we would want to see. I could interpret that in a bad way. It's just this terracing effect that really is not getting to what architecturally you guys might be wanting to get at. I understand the principle, but stepping back at the same time because it kind of needs to.
Okay, help me with the
Can it
verbiage.
just say,
Articulation.
can it just say step back from the setback? Step back from the setback.
You're trying to break up floors. You're trying to. I don't know, you don't want to refer to a wedding cake or cruise ship, but there's different ways to break up massing. 25 feet's been referenced on, with the facade, that might be fine. Or
Say each level should be significantly stepped back from the level below.
Doesn't number 2 cover number 1? And then why don't you add the language to say to minimize the perceived scale of the street, add that to number 2 and just strike number 1? I think number 2 does what you want for number 1, right?
So you're saying strike number 1?
I would strike it, but I'd bring that language about talking about minimizing perceived scale of the street and add that into number 2, because I think that's important to.
Yeah.
But why say street? The street,
right away or whatever, there's. To me, when I read number 2.
We're talking about pedestrian
To
scale.
me, that tells me that all levels are specific.
The
And I
street
think-
Including the first level?
To me, that's
think
what I read.
Windhorse is a
I said,
totally
if
separate
3 or more
thing.
stories are proposed, these levels,
should be
not 2
grandfathered.
of them, it says these levels, all of them, what I perceive,
Well,
should be set back.
that's why I had written in upper, on number 1, upper levels should be significantly stepped back, but if we go with 2 alone. 3 or more proposed.
You gotta know where do you start though?
Yeah, that's why I said upper level, what meaning.
Well, I think you could have a 2-story element, especially if someone wanted to do a smaller house and wanted a sort of Victorian scale, that would allow that without having to do the layer cake.
So, the example I showed, that section being kind of 16 feet in the hole, the way we start. It's a deep cut. The good news is with these kind of driveways below, like the visibility, it's kind of deep cut into the hillside. It's not as visible as areas that are higher up and that project that. So when I look at it, I know there was a lot of sort of direction to try to keep these things snug to the right of ways or streets, whatever you want to call them. And I know that stepping back is a goal, but I don't think to me, it seems like a bit of an overstep or it's worded differently so that we're not stepping all levels back or creating setbacks where that wasn't the intention for everything. In ways that don't really give the visual, accomplish the goal of breaking up massive and trying to create some variety of a series of smaller things as opposed to doing cruise ships.
It seems like stepping back is one tool in the toolbox, right? Articulate, and I think you'll probably get to these other items as well, but articulation of the wall plane, changes of materials, changes in roof, maybe not forms, but there's other ways to not have. Our biggest gripe was the one project that was just uniform. It was too uniform.
I think, you know, you start out, you got a setback from the property line, that's where you start. And what we're looking at is stepping back the levels after that. You know, we're not saying push the first level back further than what's allowed. You're allowed to at this point, you don't have to push it back here, but we want to see this level and this level and this level pushed back substantially. So that you don't have the perception of a wall building.
Yeah.
How about each level above the first
Yeah.
should be significantly stepped back
Upper.
from, should be period.
I think that then what if you wanted to do a two-story form?
Well,
And I can think of examples of that would be a massive wall that you don't want.
for 3 or more stories, you could say, for 3 or more stories, step back.
That's what number 2 says. I think we go with
Itself,
number
yeah.
2.
Except for we don't know where it starts.
Tell me what,
I think
tell me what the
anything that's
intent
one-story
is.
forms is not going to be what you guys want. That's how the language says.
I think the intent would be, right, we're trying to use building forms that reinforce the perception of natural topography. So I think stepping back is a tool. Cruise ship or layer cake is a tool to do that. But it doesn't mean that someone couldn't do a small sort of two-story gable form. I think there was a Tommy project that came through in the last year or so that did that.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of the one that was on East Galena.
And that one element of it was a two-story, the gable, and it was appropriate.
The gable was to the street.
Yeah, to the
Yeah,
street.
so you had
Yeah.
that piece and then he went up.
And I think it was a very articulate design. I think it worked well, and I wouldn't want to preclude someone from doing that. So I think number 2 worked great. If you want to add a little bit more language about perceived scale from the street or pedestrian scale.
So number 2 alone with adding to minimize the perceived scale of the street.
Some of these guidelines reducing the perceived scale of the street are already in
They are.
the regular
Okay.
design guidelines.
But
So these are just a nice addition to,
I think I would keep that in.
keep what for?
Number 2, number 1 and 2.
So as shown now, how are you with 1 and 2?
If 3 or more stories are proposed, those levels should be back. Setbacks from the street. I'm reading it. Do it.
Look, Ma.
Yeah.
But do we need 1 then? If we,
You got rid of 1. I think that was.
Look at this,
Yeah.
look at what's
Yeah.
on
we
this.
had 4 before.
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're typing live.
One's
Okay.
go to.
Get my head off. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we're saying, right, guys?
Yeah.
Good. Okay,
Got it?
got it.
Okay. The next one was about the width of the primary facade. On some of these projects on wider lots, we're seeing 50-foot
Yeah.
wide facades, which I heard at the work session we want to discourage. Again, 25 feet was chosen. That's a standard size. But I'm also hearing that doesn't work in some situations. So if you want to prescribe a facade width,
30 feet solves the problem of
Or-
parking, right?
or eliminate a prescription.
Well, I'm okay with a prescription because I know we agonized over 50.
I think 30 would be fine.
30, going once,
Well,
twice?
I don't know about the length of it yet. But I think, let me just go into this number one here. I don't know that it has to be. The only thing to do is a significant setback between, if it's 50 feet and 25 feet here and 25 feet here. But could it be a change of materials? Could it be just articulated differently? You know,
I would think you'd want to step it back.
but does it have to be significant? What is significant? Is it
Well,
10 feet?
Well, I think that's for us to, that's for us to decide.
Yeah.
Just like subordinate.
Yeah.
It's,
Just that, I think there are, in these areas, there are 100-foot wide lots, there are 25-foot wide lots. Fixed dimensions are tricky with that. I can imagine that 25 feet, if that was a hard number on a larger width lot, being somewhat restricted. And I think on others sort of disappear. You got a 25-foot wide lot, and you got a 30-foot wide facade width, guess what? You kind of miss the mark if you were trying to break that up. I don't know how you wordsmith that, but kind of like an accordion that says some significant breaks or stepping within the facade needs to occur, and doesn't necessarily address the width. There may be instances where setting minimums is absolutely necessary for.
How about the maximum width of a primary facade should be sensitive to the overall lot width?
I think that's too vague. I think the 30 feet takes care of the wind horse.
I think remembering the one that sparked this whole thing, I think 30 feet would have been fine. And there's no parking issue. Applicants just showed us a calculation.
And then we can determine what it's significant. or
Yeah,
not,
and then,
or not.
yeah, it might not be, it might be 5 feet, and another lot, it might be 10 feet. So I think we still have maneuverability.
These are guidelines to try to provide a little bit more nuance to what we're trying to get.
So-
to do here.
This
What's
says
doing
that
with facade?
the facade should be no more than 30 feet, but if it is, it should be differentiated by a significant setback in the wall.
There you go.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Have you read through the rest of these? I can go through them each. I don't think there were any others that anyone brought up concerns about specifically, but we can talk them through.
Let everybody just gaze at one minute. I read them. I didn't have any problems with what you wrote.
So again, these are borrowed from other.
They're borrowed and emphasis added.
I would, the one suggestion I would have under roof materials, I wouldn't call out standing seam metal. I would just make it metal roofs. Because what if someone wanted to do a metal shingle roof or some other type of roof that's not a standing seam? Yeah, Tesla roof. So I would eliminate the standing seam
What
reference and
about
just,
corrugated then? It's
I
not,
mean,
not appropriate.
well, that's common from the other design guidelines. You can't use it on a primary. So I think it's appropriate here to reinforce that.
So standing seam is called out in the other guidelines as well, but
And that's one of those little nuances that I
You wanna
think would be
change?
like nice. to
so what would you
change.
rather have it read?
Just say, I would say metal roofs with a baked on paint finish and strike metal sheeting or standing seam. I'll just start off with metal roofs. Stacy, what do you think about that?
I'm fine with that.
Peter, what do you think about that?
I think it's makes sense.
Right.
Okay, anything else? We did add this section about minimizing impacts to the hillside slopes and restoring the topography. To try to discourage leveling or terracing excessively for stepped yards. Is that okay with everybody?
I think that's good.
So if they want to put a patio in, we got to do a 20-foot wall behind it to make it work. That's not good.
Right.
So now you cannot just say that there was consensus. You can say there was unanimity.
Do we have unanimity?
Unanimity.
Amazing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The later it gets, the more unanimous we are.
There is that curve.
John and Erica, this is all tremendous effort.
Yes.
Yes,
That's
thank
a
you.
lot of,
Well, thank you for
lot of
the
personnel.
assist here at the
We
end.
got one more agenda item,
And
but
we
I
have one more agenda
I
item.
also want to thank everybody that brought forth verbally some examples tonight, but particularly Peter and Matt.
Yes.
Sorry, we didn't go with that, but you got us thinking.
That's a good start.
It got us thinking,
There
and
you
this
go.
was great. This is what this board's about. This is so cool. Good. Thank you for coming, Peter. We'll be to your meeting probably. Well, wait a minute. Are you gonna be able to handle your, okay, excuse me. Let's go forward. Last item, preservation reports.
So we do the preservation awards every other year. Matt and Chris have projects nominated, so you will be
Are we
recused.
recusing
You
ourselves
can-
now?
Yeah,
Can't
I
believe.
mean, I think you
It's
can.
good.
We get to go to bed.
Good night.
Text you if you want to know.
He knew I should.
Text me.
You're sly.
Thank you.
Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Chris.
This was good.
So we have 4 categories of nominations. We have rehabilitation and restoration, which is fairly self-explanatory. Same for most compatible addition. Most compatible infill refers to a new building that would go where a historic structure used to be. So it's new construction, and then continuing preservation is maintenance, high level of maintenance on rated structures. So the judging criteria, which is in the packet, are that the awards should be based on the quality of the project. The committee, you all may change the project to a different category. We may have an example of that in one coming up. Your decisions are final, no arguing after.
Too late to argue.
Yeah. So we will let the applicants or nominees know what happens after this meeting, and I think the awards themselves will be presented at a town council meeting in August. And there's no maximum number of awards you can give in any category. So if you think all of the projects are worthy and they're all in the same category, you can give them each an award in the same category. That's fine. Any questions? Okay, so this year we received 4 nominations. 2 in rehabilitation and restoration, 1 in compatible addition, and 1 in most compatible infill. And I will show photos of each of these and talk about them a little bit, but this one, 114 East Colorado, was submitted under most compatible infill. It wasn't an infill project, it was more of a maintenance upkeep project, so I would recommend it be switched to continuing preservation if you want to consider it, but I will tell you what it is. 114 East Colorado Avenue was a replacement of the commercial entry door. This is at Brown Dog Pizza. It was completed last May. And again, it was submitted under compatible infill, but I don't think it's in the right category.
Yeah.
It's just the door.
Just the door.
Made a big difference.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
So all these were in the packet online. I didn't print them out, but if you had a chance to read through them, the whole nomination packets were in. So that's the first one. Second one was 120 North Fur. This was the rehabilitation of this structure, which was non-contributing without qualifications, and the new addition in the back. This was completed in 2020, but it went on for several years. And this is in the rehabilitation and restoration category. Again, this was non-contributing, but the old house was done to a high level of restoration for non-contributing structure. 229 North Spruce, again, rehabilitation of the supporting house and non-historic addition in the rear. This was also completed in 2020 and is in the same category, rehabilitation and restoration. Again, siding, doors and windows that could be preserved were preserved. The wood shingle roof was restored. And then 321 North Willow Street. This was the rehabilitation of the contributing house and new addition. This was completed in 2023 and is submitted in the category of most compatible addition. I didn't take a picture of the addition. It is subordinate. It's
In all
subordinate.
ways.
Yeah, in all ways. So I don't know if you read through the nomination packets. I could pull those up if you want to take a look at those in more detail. Those are the four.
And all four have your vote?
I am not making any recommendations.
No?
When I was Jana, we specifically, staff specifically said, we're not going to make a recommendation on this. I got a couple fights with a couple of board members who wanted us to. I just felt it was up to the board to make the decision, not even get a recommendation from staff. So I agree with John in not answering that question.
Well, we're gonna
So
start.
you get one vote per category?
You can give more than one award in each category. So if you want to just go project by project and decide whether they're worthy of an award or not, and in which category, you can do it that way. Or any other way you want.
Want to just talk about each one a little bit?
As a board, do we consolidate one vote?
Majority.
Majority wins.
Yeah,
Yep.
majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think that, well, they all predate me.
But it'd be great to have unanimous.
True for same for you, yeah.
I couldn't hear what you just.
They all predate me being on HARC.
Oh, me too. I mean, before pictures, some of these would have been nice. I know what the brown dog looks like, and I have a little bit of like visualization for some of these, but not all of them.
Well, I could tell you on several of them started, maybe not with the same architect at this point, but I worked on. Let's see, not this, but all three of the houses, I think. Could you go back?
I'm gonna open the packet so you can see the before and afters that were submitted.
And some of them were a real mess.
So here's a before. Actually, that's Rustico. Before. That's
That's the Wells Fargo
Wells Fargo.
ATM door.
Here it is. This was before.
Oh, wow.
It's an improvement.
For sure.
I think this is the easiest one to vote on.
Yeah, I think moving it to the other category
Maintenance.
makes sense. Yeah.
You want us to vote now on this one, John?
Yep.
All in favor? Okay.
Okay.
Unanimous.
There was a lot of documentation.
For a door.
Project.
Very well documented door.
Okay, 120 North. These are easier to see without the trees in the way, but were there before photos in here? Oh, that's
The bottom one was the.
this one.
Zoom on that.
That's Bruce.
Hmm.
Let's see, there may not have been before photos. Bob, you remember it?
Yeah, I remember the They did there's a shed addition on the back, and I think they did a pretty, length connecting the two that's subordinate to the building. They cleaned up windows, doors, siding, roof, everything was just kind of saggy, you
They
know?
did keep the windows,
Yeah,
original
kept the
windows. They
windows
kept this
constructed.
shed addition on the back.
Have we awarded below supporting before? I guess we probably have.
Doesn't have to be
Okay.
supported.
Yeah.
Just a good job.
That's not a supporting structure, is it?
No,
Non-conforming,
That's.
non-contributing.
I don't know why.
It looks, blends in well.
Are we ready to vote? I mean, we all walk by here every day.
Yeah.
You go take a tour.
Okay,
Right
all
now.
in favor?
I
Unanimous.
Okay,
Good job, Chairperson.
220 North Spruce.
Wonderful garden party.
Yes,
It was on the
lovely garden.
art and architecture tour.
So this one is a historic structure, but it had a huge addition on the back, and the addition was remodeled as well, but the historic portion was largely restored. There were some insensitive alterations that were done previously that stayed, like the window well on the front that was there before. They restored the bay. The front door was pressed glass. They decided to keep that. Here's the rear.
I walked through that house when it was on the market. And it was a mess.
I walked through it during construction. It was a mess.
Yeah.
And I got a tour by the owner, because I've worked art and architecture. I was the docent there for Saturday for the garden tour, and really nicely done.
The garage on the south side was added, later after the period of significance. That was rebuilt. I guess, so it's not a true restoration, but they did keep historic material as much as possible.
Was it put in as a restoration or put in?
It was
Got it.
put in, what did I say? It was
Should
put
be
in as
restoration.
a rehabilitation and restoration.
Well,
I'll vote yes.
I'm gonna vote yes. I saw it.
Me too.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you are all agreeable.
It's after 10 o'clock.
This is the heart of
You're never wrong here. Just keep asking them questions.
Last one,
This is easy compared to the
Three.
last year.
right, that's why we saved this for last. 321 North Willow, oh my gosh, this started when Bob was me and finished last year.
I think it was several years.
It
And
just
this
sold
poor,
too.
here's a great
Did it?
photo of the addition. This is under the category of compatible addition. This
Yeah.
was the addition on the rear. This was what was believed to be the old coal shed. It was an old coal shed, I
But
think.
they found some
Well, yeah,
gold or something.
no, there was mining equipment.
Was that what it was?
It turns out actually it wasn't built during the period of significance, so this was reconstructed. But with this small subordinate
Subordinate.
addition on top.
We gotta put this picture in the revised guidelines, subordinate.
There you go.
There we go.
Send that to.
Send it to, never mind. I know who not. to-
And there's a part of it it's still there on the side. There's a.
Do you have any of the
one-story.
before photos, John?
I don't know that they're in this.
It was ugly.
It was a different color.
It
wasn't
was yellow. And so the previous owner gutted it and then left it for several years. And then
There was water problems on
it
the
was
north
a
side.
mess. Yes. And it took a long,
In the front yard's weird, too, because you got that big mound.
yes,
Like
it
halfway in
sits
front of it.
below Willow Street a little bit.
Bonus I covered under that porch, John.
Under this porch?
That historic porch. It would seem to comply.
I didn't review this project, Bob did, actually. That's how
That would have been
long,
before.
I couldn't remember that much detail.
yeah,
about it.
that's how long
I
ago
don't think
this
that,
was
I don't think
started.
there's
What
anything.
do you mean, Peter? You were on the board. Yes, you
This
were,
might have
because I
been
remember
Before
this.
bonus site coverage.
Yeah, it would have been.
And it's only Peter's, this one, and what are four square houses here in town, maybe?
Good example.
I mean. Okay,
I think it's.
all in favor?
Yay, all winners.
Everybody gets a prize.
Trophy.
Participants. Plaque, no, you get a plaque.
Okay, so
Thank you.
we will adjourn the meeting at 10:24 PM, just like old times.
My battery's died.